Welcome to the FY27 constant yield tax rate hearing for the town of Cheverly. It is 6:31 PM on Thursday, the 7th of May, 2026. I'm Mayor Micah Watson. Joining us this evening is also the town administrator, Delane Galloway, and I will call the roll of the elected council members, starting with the council member from Ward 1.
Present.
Ward 2,
Present.
3,
Present.
4,
Present.
Ward 5. I don't see Councilmember Garces. Okay, we will hope he joins us soon. Councilmember Fry, are you out there? No, okay, so we will wait on Councilmember Garces and Councilmember Fry, but seeing that there are 5 elected officials for the town of Cheverly present, we have a quorum to conduct business. This evening's agenda consists entirely of holding the legally required public hearing for the constant rate property tax. We will not, in the next hour, be discussing spending. We will be discussing strictly revenue. And within the world of revenue, we will be strictly discussing real property taxes. Let me start off by, I'll say something at the top, then we'll have public input. It'll be 3 minutes. Please state your name and the ward you live in. And then after the public comments, I'll invite council to add anything they would like to add before the end of the hearing. And then we will reconvene at 7:30 to have essentially a spending discussion of the $11+ million in proposed spending for FY27. On the property side, starting with the multifamily apartments, the proposal as published is for $1.03. And for the single-family detached homes, the published proposal is 62.99 cents for every $100 of assessed value. Council, we will be adopting the tax rate when we adopt the budget on June 11th. And we can choose to adopt any tax rate up to and including the $1.03 for the multifamily and the 6299 for the single-family detached. And we can do any gradation down to 1/100 of a cent for any of those. Okay, so unless there's any questions at this time, why don't we jump right in with the public testimony? Anyone in the room is welcome to approach the podium. Name, ward, and you have 3 minutes. And I believe Ms. White has the unfortunate job of keeping the time. And we'll alternate between online and in the room.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Elaine Johnson, 30-year resident of Ward 6. My husband and I do not support the proposed real property tax increase for the following reasons. 1, just over a year ago, most of you campaigned that you would not support a tax rate increase, citing consecutive years of increases, one in which you gave yourselves a raise and increased taxes by 20%. You pledged to bring integrity, transparency, and no new taxes. Yet, here we are. Second, it should be the goal of every administration to operate within the scope of a balanced budget. And that's not predicated on what any elected officials did prior to those currently serving. Obviously, decisions and policies shape and impact real-time events. We want and need a balanced budget. However, that doesn't automatically mean raising taxes. Excessive taxation, coupled with the staggering rise in utilities, is crippling homeowners. Just a few days ago, on May 4th, Fox Business News reported that foreclosures have now hit the highest level in 6 years as property tax squeeze homeowners. Cheverly is a community known for supporting families and aging in place. Let's keep it like that. Fourth, the proposed tax increase to be effective July 1st will be based on past years' values and will not reflect current assessments, some of which that are underway. Property values have and are dropping considerably, meaning we will be taxed at a much higher unreal value. These are a few of the most important reasons why we do not support the tax increase. We urge you all to go back and do the hard work of identifying substantive budget cuts. There absolutely should not be any new line items in an already deficient budget. Just on the surface, my husband and I identified $155,000 in cuts by eliminating the Hometown Heroes, $4,000. We were told that the town wouldn't be required to pay any funds for that. The food scrap program, $45,000. Community engagement, $30,000. And printing newsletters, $40,000. As a longtime resident, we remember when trash was collected once a week. That may need to be revisited. Please identify substantive cuts and ask more property tax.
Thank you for that. And I want to acknowledge that Councilmember Garces joined us, I believe, at 6:34 PM. So that will be reflected in the minutes of the hearing. I don't see any comments online, so is there further comment in the room? Please come forward to the podium and give us your name and your ward. Please make sure the microphone's on, and you will have 3 minutes.
Testing? Okay. Hi, I'm Anna Clay. I'm in Ward 6. My wife and I have been Cheverly residents since 2023. I would like to speak briefly as someone who is concerned about the proposed tax increase. I have a few ideas which may or may have been explored. One is to maximize the county municipal tax differential. The second is to pursue stormwater, tree canopy, infrastructure grants before using property taxes, like Prince George's County Stormwater Stewardship Grant Program, in which the town could receive between 50 and 300K, depending on the track. The third thing is review and rebid reoccurring contracts. The fourth thing is to audit fees for permits and non-residential revenue. And if it doesn't already exist, create and maintain an aggressive grant calendar. I understand that costs are rising and also understand that the town may be already pursuing many of the alternatives that I have addressed. But I would love to hear more about what has been explored, what options are on the table, and if there is a way, if some of these actions are already being taken, that they can be acted on more aggressively or consistently. Since property owners have already seen increases in recent years, like I said, I think it would be helpful for residents to see a clear explanation of what alternatives have already been pursued, what savings or revenues they produce, and what gap remains. That is all.
Thank you so much for that. And a reminder to folks online, such as Mr. Mosley, Mr. O'Sullivan, that you will have to raise your hand in Zoom for us to know that you want to speak. I'm not currently seeing anyone online, so is there more folks in the room? Please, your name, your ward, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Mindy Daniels, and I've been a Ward 6 resident for 36 years. So I was cleaning out my stuff for Shred Day, and I happened to find an old property tax bill from 1993, which was a little bit over $3,000. Now I'm paying 10. You're pricing me out. I can't retire here. I can't stop working because of my property tax, not to mention that we happen to live in a zip code where other things are very high as well, like car insurance and other insurance. But anyway, I want to echo what Elaine said about any tax would not be based upon what our property is worth now. Redfin told me my property was worth a lot more a year ago, before Doge, and when my property was in demand. It's not now. The other thing is that we should all be concerned about is how are we going to sell our houses easily? When I tell people the property tax I pay, their eyes get big. My mom owned a house in Alexandria, and her property tax was half of what it was. I appreciate the services that we get. There have been some suggestions for minusing certain things. I think it would be a terrible idea to X out bulk trash, because then you're going to have a trash problem. It'll be dumped in the woods or in other parts of PG County. People are not going to pay for something that was free before. I just think you're asking for a problem. I think it would be a good idea to charge people to advertise in the newsletter. Also, to raise the business license fee, which is a pittance now. You could raise that by 10 times, and it wouldn't be unreasonable. The other thing is, I think the best and most lucrative idea is the traffic cams. Amy reported that Seat Pleasant makes $10 million a year from that. Why shouldn't we? You know, even if every Cheverly resident got a ticket twice a year, that would still be less than property tax. I mean, how can you say no to that? And this is coming from a public defender, okay? Yeah, enforce the law. People go, and having, you know, even those automatic stop signs, whatever. I'm not sure what the town can do, but that's such an easy way to make money instead of putting it on the backs of the residents. And my time's running out. I would just echo again that I don't know who's been looking at what potential other ways to make up the money, but I think that there needs to be more discussion and more investigation before we just tax us, especially the seniors. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't see, not seeing anybody online. Is there anybody additional in the room who would like to testify?
Yes.
Please, your name, your ward, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Geneva Ware Rice, and I live in Ward 6. Ward 6 is in the house tonight. Good to hear that. Yes. I just want to echo what everyone else has said. I love living in Cheverly. I've been here since 1993. We raised our children here. We are aging, and we'd like to stay here. We know that things are going up. We want the services, but in times of economic limitations, we have to cut back. And I strongly encourage you to look at the budgets and figure out where we can cut back. We have wonderful services, but some of them may have to be cut back, maybe the trash once a week. I heard the last speaker talk about bulk. Maybe you could charge a fee for bulk. When I get a new refrigerator, I never use bulk for that. The people who sold me the refrigerator takes the old one with them. There are other things people can do that we don't need to take responsibility for. I love Cheverly Day. Maybe we could cut the fireworks, mainly because I hate them, but other people love them. So I might be a little bit biased there. But In times of economic strain, we have to cut back, and when things get better, we can be more flourishing. I am strongly recommending that we watch the property taxes, because not only is the town talking about increasing, so is the county, and we pay both. And we pay for state income tax, county income tax, Cheverly tax, and all of the fees and utilities. And guys, I want to stay in Cheverly, but you're pricing me out also. And yes, I probably could sell my house, but I'm not going to be happy about it. And when mama's not happy, ain't nobody happy. But thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for that. Still not seeing anybody online, and so I will just note for the record that Councilmember Fry has arrived. So I believe everyone, all of the elected officials are present at the hearing now. Not seeing anybody else online, with not seeing any hands raised. Are there other comments in the room? Go ahead and walk forward. Yeah, your name, your ward, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Jorge Garcia Maitin. I live right here in Cheverly Avenue, 2604 Cheverly Avenue. I have been a resident for almost 26 years. And to back up what the lady recently said about maybe putting cameras in Cheverly Avenue, that would be a great idea. Just now, there was a big accident on Cheverly Avenue, right next door to my house. A car flying up the street hit a vehicle, and the vehicle that was on the street ended up in my neighbor's yard. So that's how fast they were coming. I don't know the details about the accident, but it just happened. The same, I love Cheverly, but for the last 2 years, I have been worrying about having to sell my house because I pay $12,000 in taxes, property taxes. I recently retired, and when you retire, everything changes, and I want to stay. I don't want to go anywhere. But when you're retired, $12,000 a year and going up, it's crazy. So I think something needs to be done about that. And that's mainly what I have to say. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Still not seeing anybody online, or is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Anyone not on Lake Avenue? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bob Klasowski. I'm a resident in Ward 1 for 47 years. I think my taxes now are approximately double what my first mortgage was. That's sad. And for years, you've been driving Marylanders out. Maryland's probably one of the most expensive places to retire. I know you didn't want to talk about revenue, and I don't have the numbers, but working for Geico for 25 years, cost cutting, cost cutting, cost cutting. Before you talk about increasing your costs to your customers, you look at where you can cut costs. Because if you raise your costs, who's going to be left behind? The people you least want that can't find insurance anywhere else. Why haven't we developed Cheverly Metro? Cheverly Metro is the only metro station that hasn't been developed. And when you develop that area with businesses, that brings in what? Something we're not allowed to talk about. I apologize for not having my numbers, but having been here for 47 years, I know your personnel costs have gone way up. And as a resident for 47 years, I haven't seen a comparative increase in customer service. So I think you need to take a hard look at what we're paying in personnel, but I don't want to talk about that. But I do believe that when you increase taxes, you're going to hurt everybody across the board. And you're just going to drive people away from Cheverly, and it's going to be, like the lady said, it's going to be less attractive, it's going to be harder to sell, and our costs, our home values are not going in the right direction. So ask yourself hard, why is that happening? You don't want Cheverly town taxes to be more than your county taxes and your state taxes. And I also, you say this is a government mandated session, so why does the government restrict us to 3 minutes? I could talk forever. I rest my case.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Mr. McGuire, and then Ms. Salt, you'll be the first online. Go ahead. Your name, ward, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Ward 2, Sean Patrick McGuire. Okay, hi neighbor. Okay, where do I start? I guess I'll start this way. Now you, turn that off. Excuse me. I just started. What is it? I'm sorry, Yvonne, sorry. All right, again, great. All right. Okay, start with again. Okay, so, now, you know that, I noticed the auditor did, so we're talking about revenue, this is budget, but also irregularity at the same time. Now, I've been hearing the same story over and over, but you hear a story, there's a need for revenue, and obviously lower cost. Now, I do remember maybe one of 3 people in the audience, and the employees here and members, that the auditor that on March 2025 did mention $6,824. And then three and a half months later, that'd be the new 2026 calendar year, but also the financial year for the town. But I noticed in a newsletter about later in that year, January 1st, that the mistake or whatever, irregularity or mistake, that the newsletter was $5,142,000, meaning this is unrestricted funds. There are 2 unrestricted, there's 1 unrestricted, 2 restricted, dealing with the bonds, the 30-year bonds. So 3 minutes, huh? Okay. So the question is, the difference, the math is $1,232,024. Now, I can think of green space, maybe, I don't know, now we're talking about maybe a tax cut, stuff. So what do you do with $1,232,000 if I say it is there, or the auditor was lying March 25th, mid-March of that year, mid part of that month, that year, calendar year 2025. Then, let's see, 2025. So, but we're talking about for the budget year 2026. Now, that would come in handy. Now, I will speculate folklore of 28 to 30 years ago. Now, not this administrator, sir, but another administrator, and not the previous mayor either, sir. But going back 20 to 30 years, folklore, I speculate that $100,000 or $1 million went someplace but out of the town's preview of spending. And I hear this employee went south, Florida, I think. So now you realize in a non-restricted account that whatever is $6,824,000 or $5,142,000, it's every penny is desperately needed. Now, obviously, I'm not going to say, we don't have to modernize the workforce, the work department, the police department as expenditure necessary, but where do you find cuts? And out of a $486,000 deficit, shortfall, about 356 is going to interest of a 30-year bond that's not on your.
Okay, you have 10 more seconds.
Yeah. 356 of the 486 I round of the deficit, and it sounds like we're going to 686,000 minus from 5 or 6.8 million $24 or 5,142, according on who was math. Get the auditor, verify what I'm saying, and have a town meeting, and have the auditor, Zoom or here, tell the truth, what the books say. Books don't lie. Math does not lie.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And no tax increases. Thank you.
Your time's up.
Nah, never.
All right, Ms. Salt, are you able to speak?
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Barbara Salt, Ward 2, and mine is a genuine question, and it may come from a little different direction from what I've been hearing. My question is, when the proposed rate increase was calculated, is that really sufficient to meet the revenue expectations that you think that rate will reach? And I raise this because I'm aware that a lot of residents of Cheverly are senior citizens. And senior citizens have benefit from the homeowner's tax break, and there's the homesteader tax break. And so my question is, when this rate was calculated, did you factor in that a number of people actually don't pay the amount of taxes that get, shown as expected tax revenue? You don't have to answer that. I'm just asking how the calculation was developed, and that you might end up with a rate that everybody's concerned about, but it may even be shorter in terms of real revenue than you think. And if, it'd be helpful to educate folks around that issue at some point, not now, obviously. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll address the assessable base question after the public input is finished while the council's talking, but it is factored in.
Okay.
But I'll address it in a little more detail. Thank you for the question, and I'll address it in a little more detail in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else online, is there anybody else in the room? Yes, go ahead, approach the podium, please. Your name, your ward, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jagger Nelson, and I'm in Ward 4. I wanted to kind of take a slightly different perspective than some of the other comments that have been made today. We think a lot about looking back in history at kind of what the history of revenue and spending has been in Cheverly and the price of homes and the price of our tax bill. But I also want to take a perspective look of looking forward. It is the case that, we have seen rapid increases in the assessment value, and those changes take time to phase into the tax bill that residents pay. And the last 3 years, there's been successive increases in that property tax rate, and increasing it further on top of a higher assessed value is a substantial percent increase in that revenue base. And that's happening at a time when residents who may end up being priced out are trying to sell their homes when house prices in the area are declining and stagnating, making it even more financially difficult for them. In addition, it's going to make it harder for people to kind of put, from a food on the table perspective, at a time when inflation is resurfacing. We are seeing effects from the war in the Middle East on prices, and those take time to show up. The effects of an increase in the rates will have an effect not just in the immediate near term on near-term budget goals, but over a long, long horizon. It's a very persistent effect when we take these rates. So I encourage people to take a long lens view of what the goals of the spending provisions are that we're trying to accomplish with these revenues, and whether or not they're needed. My last comment that I'll make is there's been a lot of talk about cutting costs, but there's also the inefficiency story. There's, line items in the Cheverly's town budget where not all of the budgeted allotment is spent in a given year. We have a very healthy rainy day fund. I think it's a good question to ask, are there near-term goals that we could accomplish by redistributing funds temporarily within the town budget without changing rates? And that's really useful for one-time expenditures like modernizing the police force and things of that nature. I think that it's making permanent, long-standing tax policy changes to address short-term needs is not necessarily the right way to go about it. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Are there other individuals in the room who would like to comment? No. Everybody's going one time.
Budget 2020, 2030.
Does anybody else like to speak? Go ahead.
Lana Riazzi, Ward 1. I apologize. for not having all of my thoughts together. Many who have spoken before have made some very wise suggestions and really covered a lot of the appeals. But one of the things that I wanted to address is some possibilities or the idea of sharing an approach. For example, looking to how some of these situations have been handled in the past and effectively handled in the past. The first thing that I would ask is for us to understand and educate all of us on the role of the fund balance. I don't know how many people are aware of what's going on in Bowie right now. It's an extraordinary thing where they're going to be raising taxes from 60 cents, from 40 cents to 60 cents. And that amount of increase is of extraordinary impact. They have depleted their fund balance over the past several years, and they're suffering. Now, that had an issue related to the police force and how the police force was being funded and how it wasn't being fully understood. So fund balances are critically important, not only for what I would argue is the 25% that we should be holding in reserve, but for the opportunity fund that we need to have in order to have a good future for the community overall. So we can't use that to cover the difference. You know, doing that last year, for the last budget year, that's going to be $300,000. If we project that into the next, we're talking another $470. You can make millions of dollars disappear in only a few years, and then you're going to be in a big load of trouble. So how do you do it? You have difficult conversations. And I'm looking at staff that do wonderful work here, but you ask every department to come in with what can be cut. How can you tighten your belts? And that means that there is no golden child in this conversation. Every department, administrative, police, public works, needs to look at how you keep the numbers down. What can you cut? What efficiencies can you do? If we're talking about trash, I can't speak for Mr. Brayman about whether or not cutting down in winter to 1 day a week would make sense. If it reduces the load on the vehicles, how it affects tipping fees, these sorts of things. So they might be small things. We have to add up the small things to get to there. And we need to do that because we need to be able to show residents that we feel that pain and that we're also restricting at a town level while families are facing needing to restrict at a family level. I also would say have surveys, understand the impact, just like Bowie did, understand the impact on community. And I apologize. The other thing that I would say is that if we do all of this, cut your, what you're pulling from the fund balance to only half of this year, proposed deficit, and do not increase the tax rate above 0.025, so that the community is not bearing all that burden. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Just a reminder to the folks online, Mr. Mosley, Ms. Bibbs Booth, Ms. Sawaya, et cetera, that you will need to raise your hand so that if you'd like to be recognized to speak. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak? Go ahead. Your name, your ward, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Carlos Silbiger. I'm a resident of Ward 4. And I have 2 questions, more than a statement today. I have 2 questions. The first one is, has a determination been made as to what would be cut if the tax rate is not increased? Because I think partially this conversation would be an easier one to have if we were able to balance those 2 things, right? Because right now we're talking about no one wants a tax cut, right? No one does. All right, excuse me, no one wants a tax increase. No one wants a tax increase. But it's hard to talk about that in the abstract without knowing that if we don't do that, what are we losing? Assuming we don't want to use up our fund balance, assuming we don't want and aren't able to have an unbalanced budget. So that's question number 1. And if that doesn't exist, that would probably be a good thing to have so that we can have that conversation a little bit more honestly and with full knowledge. Okay, the second thing I wanted to ask is several years ago, I think it was at least 2 years ago, when this same topic came up, I sent a letter to the council and to the mayor asking if there was a way to do a property tax increase that is a little bit more progressive, because I'm very understanding of people who come up here and say, I just don't have the money. And I'm sure that we have a lot of residents in the city who just do not have the money, and the tax burden should not be equally on them. That's not fair. That's not the way that our tax system's supposed to be set up. And so I do wonder, and I don't know if this is even legal within our state and county laws, but I do wonder, is there a way for us to say, for example, those who make under a certain amount pay a lower tax percent, those who make over a certain amount pay a higher percent on their property taxes, or something else like that, a little more creative, in order to make sure that we're not putting the brunt of this on people who just really can't afford it. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Yeah, thank you for that. Not seeing any hands online. Is there anyone else in the audience, in the room here? Go ahead, please.
Julia Mosley, Ward 2. I'd like to maybe ask for some indulgence here. Normally, at these meetings, we don't ask questions that we expect answers to right away, but perhaps someone, the town administrator or the mayor, could answer a question or two. Then I have a couple of suggestions. It's my understanding, in looking at what was online, that the FY27 budget, this is just for clarity for everybody, does include the 5-cent increase. That's a big question. I think I know the answer.
So the $11,593,000 total revenue projection includes the 5 cents, sorry, it includes the 6299, which is a 5-cent increase on the single-family detached, and it includes $1.03 for the apartments.
Right.
That is how we get to $11,593,000.
Okay, I must be working off a slightly different one, but it's hundreds of dollars, not thousands. So with that increase, we are still projecting a approximate $300,000 deficit next year. Is that correct?
Well, right now, we're looking at a spending plan that's more in the $11,600,000 range. So a very, very, very small deficit if that spending plan holds up.
Okay. Again, there's been a number of council member postings about what the fund balance is, what it's not, I must be working off of.
The fund balance, I was going to get into this later, but I'll just say, because it's a factual statement, we project on June 30th, the fund balance will be approximately $4.7 million.
That's the unrestricted
Right.
fund balance, correct? Not the fund balance, the unrestricted, what we
Yes,
can.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, that's right. It's the
Okay.
unrestricted fund balance.
My suggestions would be that, for clarity for the residents, that perhaps the town put out a series of proposed budgets, starting at a 1-cent increase and ending with the 5-cent increase. I know tonight we're supposed to only be talking about revenue, but I'd like to talk about expenditures. I am pleased to see that you've already frozen some unnecessary positions in town, some in the $100,000 range. I think more of that should be looked at. I'm totally for a fully funded police department, but I agree with former Mayor Riazzi that every department should be looking at everything and coming back with, $80,000 here, $90,000 there. I'd like to know when we started hiring a HR consultant. I think some of our town government expenditures in the general government area, again, an HR consultant, we never had that. I think some of these things should be looked at very closely. As a 52-year resident of town, I have seen services decline somewhat over the past few years. We've lost backdoor trash pickup. There's a number of other things. But no department should be exempt from looking at these. And I suggest you put out multiple things for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, are there, not seeing any folks online, is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on the constant yield? Yes, ma'am, your name, ward, and you have 3
Barbara
minutes.
Brown, Ward 6, 30-plus year resident. I'm sitting here, and I'm probably looking like I got Tourette's at this point. But I do remember the forum that we had in 2025. All of the emails that came in for questions to be asked to you all. Everyone harped, preached on accountability and transparency. And what I'm hearing from everybody, again, because I get phone calls, okay, is that we appreciate the fact and that you all are going to come out more with information as to where the money's going, how it's going to be spent. I think that's what we need to do. I don't know, I'm not speaking for anyone else. I just want to say accountability and transparency was preached, was preached, was preached, was preached, was preached. And the more you all can, and we need to do our part too. Your neighbors have to come out, talk to one another, talk to your council people. That's what you're paying them for. You know, so we can come together with this. That's all I'm saying. I was sitting here, I just couldn't take it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, are there anyone else like to speak? Not seeing anyone online. We have 14 attendees, but no one has their hand up. Anyone else in the room? No, we're not doing repeats? Nope.
No, this is not what you.
It's, no, the answer is no. We're not doing, sit down. Sit down.
2030, it'll be.
Sit down or leave the room. So seeing no one else in the audience desiring to make any public contributions, council, do you have any comments? Well, actually, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Thank you, Mayor. Number one, thank you, everybody, for coming out to voice your God-given right regarding this. I recently just sent out a post to my Ward 1 residents, and I guess it went to the exchange. I saw that later. I don't communicate on the exchange regarding politics. I communicate regarding furniture and stuff for my boys. So if you do respond to that, please just reach out to me directly. I want to clarify, I think we have 2 new budgets, all right? Is that correct, Mayor? The one that we got today is different from the previous one?
Yes, there was a budget circulated on the 16th of April, and then we have a new one today with mostly revised spending, not maybe a tweak or 2 on the revenue side.
Right. So I think the previous mayor, Ms. Mosley, was talking about that as well. So hopefully we can get that out to the public, because my posting to my residents had the previous one on there. In my post, I mentioned the fact that I personally know in the last year of how the economy and the current climate has affected my home. Since it was posted during I'll reiterate to you all that my wife, who worked at USID, was the first to be doged by the administration over a year ago. After 20 years of public service overnight, and for over a year, for us to try to manage a household, pay our taxes, raise our kids in this beautiful place we have. Blessed enough to know she finally was picked up last week, ironically, and she's on travel now. So pray with me with my little boys, because I got them by myself. But so I want to know that I'm not speaking from as an outsider. I'm speaking from the last year that every single dollar leaving my home, I had to allocate for, line item by line item. That's vacations, that's club memberships for the kids. Even that's the son's asking, why aren't we going to hotel like we usually go? And I know that seems modest, but if you have spoiled kids like mine, they're used to a certain lifestyle. That's tough to sit a 5 and 8-year-old down to do that. But seriously, though, I know what's happening in the grocery stores. I work in Department of Social Services for Prince George's County, where I deal with kids every day do not have a meal to eat. Their parents are coming to me to ask for resources because they can't even pay their light bills, utility bills. So, number one, just from a understanding as an elected official, but as a resident, and more importantly, as a person that have seen this not only in my home, but I work in the field. When I'm making decisions regarding your taxes for all of us as neighbors, I understand it personally. I also stand from a place of I've never voted to raise taxes. I don't believe in that. Something I do agree with everyone here as far as you got to find expenditures that you have to cut. I'm going to look to do that continuously. But a lot of tough decisions will need to be made. I hear every single one of you all in this. I publicly will come out because I posted it that the main issue that was heard to me from the residents, not just in Ward 1, but talking to people, was public safety. And that's the police department. Our chief and our deputy chief and their staff have really took a gutted police department and made our place safe, and it has not been for a very long time. So with that is a high budget with that. If you could look at my post, it says that. So that is something that I'm not in the direction of looking at because of the fact that we at least have to, in my opinion, give them a year with a full police department to see what can be done. But we have to look at other departments. We have to look at us as well, what we're doing here as well. Some critics brought out my Ward 1 day, and it was a projected budget of over $1,000 to be made. I came back right after that and said that's unacceptable. I can't be a hypocrite and ask that my expenditures for my event, even though it's given back to the community, that can happen. So I automatically went to the town administrator literally the next day and said that can't happen. So that's being gutted. The event will still happen, but that's being gutted and looked at. But I also posted the fact of we live in Cheverly. I travel throughout all 9 council districts as well as 27 municipalities, no knock to any other ones, even outside of the county. Cheverly is Cheverly for a reason. We live in a bubble as far as what we offer here. People really love living here, but also the level of services that our town provides. We are top notch. We have a lot of work to do, but in comparison to a lot of our neighbors around, a lot of the things that I go to, my kids go to, their activities, the resources, the various organizations, that stuff does cost. So with not only looking at the department, but I will challenge to say that some of the other extracurricular activities might unfortunately be looked at as well. I also mentioned to the fact of our licenses, our parking fees, things of that nature. I've met with the police department, coding department. Those type of things might go up. I know we had in the past where people were upset that the county came in and started writing parking tickets, which I don't agree upon. But when our actual code enforcement does that and follows the law, that will also hit the pocket as well. Because someone mentioned about raising the fees for that. Business licenses, things of that nature, we have to look at ways to do that. I don't want to tap into the fund balance at all. That's not what I want to do, and I don't want to raise taxes. Like I said, I've never done it before, and I know how much of an impact the last year has been to individuals. So I'm looking still to work with not only my fellow colleagues here, but also the various departments, but also you all as residents. I hear you. I appreciate you for coming out to advocate for you. And we will definitely make it through this as a whole, but it's just not us. It's the county level, as you mentioned, the mayor mentioned Bowie. I sit on the board for all the municipalities. They're having the same exact issue. And people have lost their jobs on various levels. So I'm not making any excuses here regarding this, but again, that's the main things I want to hear you. But I'm solution-based to do that. And one other thing is the fact of the weekend events of the overtime, just out to say that I've said this before publicly, looking at flex hours for employees. Other companies do that, to look at that as well, to cut out on some of those things. So if you have any further ideas between now and the time we need to make a decision, please reach out to me, reach out to your council members. But thank you again for this important issue. I yield back.
Thank you for that. Let me start just say a couple words about individual tax bills, and then we can talk about the overall revenue for the town. So we're all paying something like 222 cents. And what does that mean? It sounds like a nonsense statement, but what it means is that you're paying over 2% of the assessed value of your house every year. It's about 2.25% of the assessed value of your house every year to the government. Prince George's County collects the money. They collect it for Cheverly, Prince George's County Education, Maryland, Park and Planning, Sewer, and one or two others. And so that's a lot of money. If your assessment is $400,000, then your overall property tax bill is over $8,000. $8,000, yes. If your assessment is $400,000, 2.25% is well over $8,000 for your total tax bill. Maybe you're getting a credit back from the county for longevity, maybe you're not. So that's what that would be on top. On top of that would be whatever the town increases this year. The town is currently about 25 to 28% of your total tax bill, and it's generally going to be the second largest part after Prince George's County. Prince George's County is 96 cents plus about 4 cents education surplus. Cheverly is usually going to come in at about second highest among those categories, and after that is Maryland, Park and Planning, et cetera. On the macro level, next year we're going to collect somewhere around $9 million in taxes, total taxes, and then about $2.5 million of other revenue. So just to give you the scale and the fact that taxes, all kinds of taxes, are a huge component. That's $9 million. There's only about $2.5 million that we collect other ways. I'll say a word. So Ms. Salt asked about the assessment base, and all of these credits that folks get, those are factored into the assessable base that's determined by the state. Our assessable base, just for trivia fans out there, is close to $1 billion. It's about $960 million now. And in that figure is already factored in the folks that don't pay any, our wounded warriors, and other folks that are getting tax abatements. All that's factored into the $960-some million assessable base, and then that's what those percentages start chewing away at. Our tax rates, just a quick review of recent history. FY24, we raised the tax rate 4 cents. FY25, we raised the tax rate 5 cents. Last year, we raised the tax rate 0 cents. There was no increase last year. That's one of the reasons why we are unable to get our expenses covered so far. And that's why that's why the 5 cent proposal, and that's why we're having the conversation. Again, it's not a finished conversation, but even with those raises, our fund balance is way down from FY24. At the end of 23, it was 5.5 million. At the end of 25, it was 5.14 million. Last year, again, in FY26, we did not raise taxes, and we dug into the fund balance about $385,000, we think. The numbers, obviously the dust hasn't settled. There's still a month and a half left in the fiscal year, but we're probably going to dig into that fund balance about $385 390. That's a big chunk, and that'll take us down to about 4.7. The last comment I'll make, because I think I answered everybody's questions, is that I don't think it can be much lower than 4.7. And again, it is kind of a revenue point. We don't want to have an unrestricted fund balance much below the middle 4 millions. Maybe 4.5, but I'm not comfortable going much lower than that. So it would really be my preference to balance the budget this year and to obviously not take any money out of the fund balance, not contribute any, but not take any, and let us go to the next year with somewhere in the middle 4 millions in that unrestricted fund balance. I'll stop there, and then I'll yield to any others that would like to. Vice Mayor.
I have some comments, but a quick question first, which is historically, we have voted on the tax rate in this hearing. Is that happening tonight?
It will likely need to happen during the budget discussion following this hearing. So it likely will need to be tonight.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that obviously no one wants to raise taxes, and we're all very aware of all of the economic hardships that are happening right now. Part of the issue is that things are expensive for the town as well, right? So all of our gasoline and materials are going up just as everyone else's are. I have indeed in the past voted to raise taxes, and I will likely again vote to raise taxes this year. It would be very easy for me to come up here and say, I don't want to raise taxes, I'm not voting to raise taxes, but it would be irresponsible of me to do that without being able to point to this budget and say, and here's where we're going to make that money up. And I can't necessarily do that with this budget. We heard a lot about what the tax rate has been in years past, how things have happened in the past. And I wanted to mention two things about the way the budget has gone historically. One is that, as other people have mentioned, we have not had a fully staffed police department in years and years. Historically, what has happened is that the budget has assumed that we would have a certain level of staffing for our police department. That has never come to fruition, and so that extra money, that salary money that was not spent, helped to sort of cushion the budget. And essentially, we were budgeting in such a way that we were almost relying on the fact that the police department was not fully staffed in order to have a reasonable budget. We are very, very lucky now that we have a fully staffed police department, which is something that we have heard and heard so much over the past few years was really important to the town. And we have that now, but that means that we can't count on this big chunk of salary that's not being spent at the end of the year to balance our budget. We have to think now and say, that budget is going to be spent. We are going to pay a large number of police officers because we have a large number of police officers, which is really great. It means we can have 24-hour policing. The other thing I wanted to mention, because salaries are a very large part of this budget, and I wanted to remind everyone that 2 years ago, we did a salary study, and we looked at all of the salaries for our staff, compared it to salaries for similar positions in the area, in local municipalities that are a similar size to us in the county, all over in this area. And what we found was that we were not paying our staff what they deserved. Our staff was consistently underpaid compared to other municipalities, compared to the county. There were a number of positions in the Public Works Department that were not being paid a living wage. So there were folks who were working for us, who were picking up your trash, fixing the roads, I don't know exactly what, who would have qualified for public assistance on the salary that we were paying them. And that's not okay. And that's not what Cheverly does, right? Cheverly's values do not include paying folks not a living wage. And so we made a decision to right-size our salaries so that our staff was getting paid a living wage, that they were getting paid what other similar roles around the area were getting paid. It's really hard when you're budgeting, when you have a lot of your budget going to salary, because you can't just cut that without cutting people. And so I just want to make clear that part of my thinking here, at least, is making sure that we're taking care of our entire community. That's our residents, but it's also our staff. And it's having a fully staffed police department. But again, I actually want to say that I am so thankful that so many people came up here with ideas, great ideas. Usually what happens on nights like this is that people come and get really angry but don't actually offer any suggestions. But we heard some really great suggestions, and I'm really, really appreciative of that. And so I wanted to say thank you for that. But that's all I got.
Okay, council, any further comments before the end of the formal hearing? Go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate people coming out. I took as copious notes as I could. I do want to say a couple things that I want to echo back. I do think that we need to find a way to present the budget differently so that it is clear what choices are being made. In the last hearing or the last public meeting, I asked, how much would we be short if we did not raise taxes? Because that needs to be clear. It doesn't answer the question, what would be cut, but it gives you a sense of scale. And they said we would be short 750,000 or something around there. And that's when I realized we probably don't have $750,000 of savings available on the margins. No small amount is going to add up to that. But I met with people since then, including department heads, and threw everything out I could. And some I learned were not as tenable as I thought, and I'm glad I had people who could speak to that, the details of their work. But I was throwing what came out and to see what did stick. I do want to give credit, and maybe Town Administrator Galloway can speak to this. Since we last saw this, more money has been saved. So what we were handed last time had a greater deficit with the same projected tax increase. So that means they were able to find more ways to cut costs. Last thing I want to say is to what the Vice Mayor said, costs go up. One of the things I've come to appreciate is attracting people is difficult. The county has hundreds of vacancies in their police department, right? And so they're all trying to attract the best officers, right, and the best staff. And so there is a real tension where we say we have to stay competitive, or we have to be okay with some essential services not being fully staffed. And as some of my fellow council members already shared, we finally have a fully staffed police department, and I do think we want to see what it is capable of before we say, let's retreat and diminish it after we finally gotten what many people have said they want. Last point, someone talked about development around the metro. I totally agree. I've been working every angle I have access to try to figure out how we get transit-oriented development. I don't like to chase state or county tax dollars because I think businesses have to be viable on their own. But the harsh reality is that our metro was built in a floodplain. And so we do need to find a way to make the land easier to develop because right now it doesn't pencil out for businesses, that there's too much stormwater mitigation that has to happen. So trying to solve that, but I very much agree that, and I'll say statewide, I was looking up all the tax rates, property tax, property tax rates in the area, DC, Virginia, the county, Montgomery County as well. And it's a pretty, I think, obvious correlation. The places that have strong business economies are able to make money off their market, not just off their property taxes. So I think that is absolutely my focus, to say, how do we make more competitive businesses here, higher margin businesses, higher value businesses, so that they can afford that tax, because there's no point taxing a business into oblivion, right? We also have to attract them, and that is the delicate balance. So I've been spending a lot of time thinking about what sectors are cost competitive, so that we can ask for investment in those areas to increase the other sources of revenue. Someone did also mention business fees and stuff. I do want to say this was public, but we did go through all of the fee structures, and that is some of how some of this has been recovered, that we are going through business license fees and things like that to make sure that they're not just sitting there at the same cost they were 10 years ago, when our costs are going up as much as they are. So thank you very much for coming out and for all the points you brought. I think they are valid. Oh, sorry, I just saw my Ward 4 guy. And I totally agree that we need to take into account that we have a graduated increase in our property taxes. We get assessed, and then it gets spread out
Phased
over
in.
phased in over the years. And I actually have not confirmed that is taken into account. So I think that's a great point, because that means the total projection is going up some percentage regardless. The question is it going up, or how is it going up relative to inflation? So thank you for that. I think that was a wonderful point.
So let me just add one fact. Earlier, I said the assessable base is around $940 million. It's actually exactly $940-some million, which means that each penny that we're talking about, you know what it cost you. What it brings into the town is $94,500, something like that. A little over $94,000. 5 cents brings into the town about $474,000. So just wanted to bring a little bit more reality to what is 1 cent mean. Councilmember Frye.
Thank you, and I apologize for arriving late. I was rushing from work, and T-Mobile sucks, so I wasn't able to log in as I was driving here. I did not speed, so I did not contribute any revenue to those cameras. But I wanted to say it's lovely to see so many people here, especially some faces I haven't seen in a while. I appreciate folks coming out, and for the folks who contacted me just with their concerns and their ideas, a lot of good ideas. And I think there's a lot of good ideas there that we probably really need to start delving in before the night of the constant yield hearing. Because some of them may take a little bit longer to actually flesh out. I know that in my email that I sent out the other day, I had a bunch of different ideas that I kind of threw out there. Those came from different conversations. I didn't like all the ideas, but I figured the ideas I put out there you might not all like, so I should put out as many as I could. Because interestingly enough, a lot of people I speak to are very, very happy that we have 24-hour policing. But you'd be surprised. I get a response from people as well who are like, we don't really need that. And, while we all live in this small community, our experiences are different. And so, I think that's part of it. I get some people who say, what, we don't need twice a week trash. And then I talk to other people who are like, oh, that's why I live in Cheverly, is because we get twice a week trash. And so that's why I wanted to put as many ideas out there. And one of the responses I received which was it was true in the statement. It was saying that a lot of my ideas were just kind of shifting the burden on who pays them. Because it was kind of like, if you want to use a particular service, maybe you pay for that service. Maybe bulk trash is not free. Maybe that makes you reconsider what you're buying or what you're throwing away, and you just donate instead. Or maybe it's once a month bulk trash. I spoke to somebody else who said, I didn't know that people offer free bulk trash, right? Because that's something that we get here in Cheverly. It's something that I know I take for granted. And then I'm just like, oh yeah, we'll just toss it in the bulk trash. I don't think twice, and that's on me. But there are different things that I think we can think about. I love the food composting program. I know not everybody was able to participate in it, but that's an additional fee, and I get that. So maybe that shouldn't be paid for by the town. If I want to use that, and the other residents in town who want to use that want to do it, maybe we pay for it. And if we realize that that's more of a want than a need, then we don't buy into it, right? And I think that's the hard conversation. It's a conversation that I have with my kids a lot. I have with myself a lot when I'm, out somewhere and I want to buy something. I'm like, do I want this or do I need this? And a lot of times I'll give in to the want more than the need. But it is a conversation we need to be having, not just around budget season, but whenever anything comes up. Because I think there are so many wants, and there are so many things that I think Councilmember Wade said it too, is just Cheverly's known for specific things. And while a few folks gave feedback saying that they don't think they've seen a change in services or customer service, I would really push back on that, because when it comes to services, the east side, the west side's not going to know this, but the east side, we get twice a week trash on holiday weeks. Yeah, because we used to not. If it was a Monday holiday, we only got once a week trash, right? That was something that someone brought to my attention when I first came on, and that was something that we did. I talked to Mr. Galloway and Mr. Raymond. They said, well, let's fix that. That's not fair. And now we get twice a week trash the same way that the west side does. We have resident appreciation days that our staff put a lot of heart and effort into because they love interacting with the community. I think that's part of that special customer service. We see our department heads at community events. They don't just hide behind the glass window. We have, these great youth events, and we're really engaging different ages and things like that. There's a lot of things that are happening, and on top of that, we add things to our staff. Grants, appropriations. These are things we've never went after before. It was never in their job descriptions because it wasn't something we did. And we do that now. And they do that with heart and a lot of effort, and our staff brings back money. So we're really lucky in that sense. And so I just want us to all think about, I know every single one of us, none of us want to raise taxes. I think a lot of us are feeling the pinch. Working in the county, I see a lot of what's happening. I can almost guarantee you that MNC PPC tax is going to be going up in a couple of years. The outlook is not great. There's still a structural deficit. And I don't think we're seeing the real effects of what has been happening with the federal jobs. And so I'm worried. Just plain and simple, I'm worried. And I know that, I have a job, my husband has a good job, but I'm still worried. And so with this idea of a 5-cent tax, and then with the idea of figuring out what our wants and versus our needs are, I just think that we really need to be mindful of the spending, where the priorities are. And for me, the priorities are our staff. It is making sure that, we're providing a living wage, that we are treating our employees the way we treat our neighbors, and that we all kind of have that. I also think, some of those, great services that we kind of take for granted, maybe those do need to be a little more a la carte. I'm sure my husband will push back on a lot of things that, like I want with like the food compost, because he hates putting the food in the food compost. But those are, individual decisions we're all going to have to make. And maybe when we have to do them a la carte, we can see just, what it was that we've been paying for in this like overall tax. So anyway, it's a hard conversation. It's one I have not been looking forward to, but I do appreciate everybody coming out and providing ideas. And I ask that you just continue to, no matter how this particular budget turns out tonight. I think, yeah, we just have to keep talking about it because guess what, next year, I don't see it getting easier. It's going to be the same, oh no, we might have to raise taxes again, because I think that happens every year. And if we don't want to be in that situation, these conversations just need to be happening throughout, and with everything, every expenditure that we have.
All right, council, shall we conclude the hearing and then move on to the budget meeting? Yes, all right. So I'm going to declare an end to the constant yield tax rate hearing at 7:47. Let us reconvene at 7:52. And Mr. Galloway, I think you're the first order of business to do a budget presentation for us, starting with spending, and then we'll come back to revenue, and then we will conclude our evening together by voting on those two tax rates. Okay, we're going to reconvene, and we're going to reconvene. The hearing has now been concluded. We are going to proceed with the budget work session. I think we are going to start the conversation with with spending, and then, which will be started by a presentation from the town administrator and anybody else on his team that he turns to, and then we will come back to the revenue questions, and we will decide how to proceed on revenue. Mr. Galloway, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor, we'll get started with the General Government Activities Divisions. Ms. White, if you can share the screen, please. So we'll get started under the contractual consultant services, Mayor and Council and Community. This is where all of our consultants are pretty much under as it relates to our auditors, our legal, our computer support, our arborist consultant. I'm sorry. Hold for a minute. They're right here. They were hiding from me. Can you put them on the table for me? They were hiding from me. Our professional service PM utilities, which are our engineers, and our HR consultant, which now we definitely need an HR consultant. That's a trend that other municipalities have been utilizing, and one that we have as well. Moving forward to non-departmental miscellaneous, the municipal building supplies and maintenance, we have at $40,000. Municipal building utilities, we have at $45,000. Municipal general insurance, we have at $3,500. The red light camera contractor and the speed camera contractor, we have a total of $800,000. The Maryland State Retirement Admin fees gives us a total of $8,500. That total non-department miscellaneous equates $897,000. Now, as we go down to the animal and insect control program, the $1,000 are just for supplies. There are times where, we have to reply to, a bee's nest or something of that nature. This is kind of where we get that from. And the trap, neuter, and release, we have went down to $2,500. As it relates to the next section, the cable television government channel and communications, we have professional services of $65,000, digital communication of $45,000, newsletter and printed communication at $40,000, which that was under the mayor and council and was transferred to this line, and streaming services of $12,000, which equates to $162,000 of cable television government channel and communications. And mayor and council, all pause there at that section.
Council, any questions about this page? Go ahead.
I have a question about the difference between digital communications and professional services under like AV and digital versus computer support under contractual and consulting. What are the differences between those?
All right, so computer support is our Nauticon, right? They're the people that manage the IT, okay? They're on 24/7, and they protect us from fraud, et cetera. They manage all of our software license that we have. So that's the IT vendor, if you will. So that's the computer support. As it relates to, can you tell me what your second part of your question was?
Just how it was different from like Civic Plus and
Okay.
Municode and Zoom support and things
So,
like that.
so under that section, we have the Civic Plus, the C-Click Fix, the Muni Code, the Archive Social. Those are all each individual services that we have to pay for. That is a section of the actual website.
Mr. Wade, you have a question about this
Just
page?
statement, thank you, Mr. Gallo. I do see from the previous, but it was, you did make some cuts in that, so I thank you.
Yes.
Regarding that, from the previous one from last week, just a week ago or so.
Yes, sir.
So just want to make sure that we recognize that.
Thank you.
All right, let us continue on with the 500 series. And then after the 500s, we'll pause for resident input and then go to 6, like that.
Okay. So we'll go to mayor and council. We'll go down just personnel services, your salaries, retirement, social security. Those are the numbers. Official expense, we have at $2,000. Constituent service and strategic planning, we have at $10,000. Travel and training, we cap at $20,000. That's for your MML conferences and the various conferences that you attend throughout the year. The insurance for public officials liability, it's at $17,100. The miscellaneous material, supplies, and equipment are at $3,000. As we've stated, the newsletter was transferred to another section. Public information, we have at $5,000. Public Official Association is pretty much everyone's membership to MML and National League of City and PGCMA. Yeah. That's $12,000. And the municipal elections coming up, we have it at $13,000.
Council, any questions about the mayor and council section? 525 100s? Yes.
I just wanted to say that I think if we were looking to cut, there is a case to be made for reducing our travel and training meeting attendance line.
Can I ask, along that line, what do we use 120 for, the $10,000? We've used 2,700 this year.
That's-
Constituent service, strategic planning?
Yeah, we're going to have to reallocate something else there. That's for your planning retreat that you have in the fall, early
Okay.
winter.
Do you guys want to keep this? I'd be fine getting rid of it. And passing the hat. Yes.
So versus getting rid of, could we like freeze something like so? Because the line item doesn't just disappear if we zero it out, right? It has to be zeroed out for several years.
Yes, generally, it would have to be zeroed out for 4 years, I think, to disappear.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we would still be there. So then if next year, when there's a new council, if they wanted to be able to have that like leadership retreat, they could still.
Right. We could also put a nominal amount there if you just want to, if you think that helps keep it alive. But no, it would continue on the budgets as it worked its way left for 4 years until it disappeared. Does anybody want to keep the 10,000? Okay, let's take the 10,000 to zero. Does anybody want to act on the vice mayor's suggestion of looking at the $20,000 for the travel? We do have an allocation formula internally. Yes, sorry.
I don't think my resident was here earlier for the hearing, so I just wanted to make sure that it's on the record. One of the responses I did get was just that in regards to travel and training and with conferences, that a lot of businesses right now are also just kind of pausing on conferences because of having to, rein in the budget. So I think it's something that we should definitely consider, even if it's just, for a year.
We could cut it, too. I mean, we could cut it down, sorry.
Yeah.
We could cut it I mean, the formula is the formula. So if we have 16, we have 15, we have 17, the formula kicks in and we spend what we have. Mr. Tanzi?
I was going to say that I think we can reduce it, since, we could always say, hey, we have 2-year terms, we have a budget to go to MML every other year, right? Or we just say, it doesn't have to literally be, I go this year, you go next year. It can be
Okay.
3 or 4 people come, and then next year, the same people or different people come.
Does anybody have a preferred amount? Mr. Wade?
Yeah, just full disclosure, I'm actually running for the board for MML, so if I make it on it,
Your mic's not on.
I'm pressing the button.
Yeah, his green light's on.
Okay.
Check 1, check 2. All right, so I'm actually running for the board MML this coming June. What that entails is, at the at-large board, I will represent all the municipalities. If I am on that board, then I would have to attend all the meetings in order for me to stay on that board. The board, at least for me, it provides the opportunity for Cheverly to be in a room on the state level regarding what's going on for that time frame. So if I make the board and based on what he's saying, and I don't attend the conference, then I'm off the board for that. So I just want to make sure that that is the case, that everyone knows that. I think, with Councilman Frye, were you ever on the board at the time? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I don't think that you're off. Obviously, it's not great. I think there's 9 at large and then on the executive board. I was on the executive board last year, the year before, and actually wasn't able to attend one. So it's not the end of the world, but obviously if you're going to be representing, then being at MML as part of PGCMA board is,
No, the
kind of a
MML,
duty.
I'm running for the MML.
Oh, you're running for MML board?
Yes. MML.
Okay, yeah, no, that would require you to join the meetings. And then I think some of the quarterly meetings or whatever it is, like not during conference, is virtual, or they made them virtual. And they may have something else besides just the conference.
Because currently I'm on the committee for outreach, engagement and outreach, so I do attend those meetings as well, regarding that as well.
Vice Mayor?
Does MML not cover meeting attendance for their board members?
Correct.
Feels like an odd choice.
Okay, so we're leaving it alone for now? Okay, moving on, or let me move back. I know it's a tiny $2,000, but what are official expenses and why do we need them? I mean, we've spent zero, well, as of February. I don't know where we are now.
Well, I mean, it's completely up to you. Official expenses are when you buy cards, flowers, those type of ceremonial things from the mayor and council. This hadn't been updated, but you have utilized some expense from this this year. Just most recently, you purchased some flowers for a beloved Ward 4 resident. So it's used for those types of purposes.
Okay, can we just zero it out and we'll just pass the hat if we need to do it?
Okay.
I know where you all live. There was one other tiny thing. I can't see it. Go ahead, John.
I just have a question about the jump on the elections line. I'm assuming that was
Well, we're not going to spend the 2,000 this year. It's just there, right? But we're not going to have an election in the next 6 weeks.
right, but the proposed budget for FY27 from $2,000 to $13,000.
Oh, you mean from like 8,500 to 13,000?
Yes.
Yeah, why is that increase necessary?
That increase was, I think, at the request of the Board of Election. We got the the electronic machines opposed to the hand counting. We can take that off, and even still, when we take it off, the projected price will be roughly around $9,000. So if we would rather hand count, we can do that, but even with hand counting, the next election, we anticipate that the fees will be around $9,000.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the idea of forcing the board's hand because of the money in the budget. I don't get it. Oh, sure, hand counting, hand pun. Right, I mean, if the board is going to pick some other way to count ballots, I don't want it to be, because it's the only one that we can afford. Councilmember Frye?
This was about the newsletter.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let us leave the 13,000 for the election. And if the election supervisors don't want to use it, great. Newsletter.
Yes. I have seen some other municipality newsletters that use ads, right? So people pay to have an ad in color, beautiful. And I know, like, we can't really think about, like, how that would change this line item here, but I really would like us to consider doing something like that and changing the format, because I know that the current way that everything has to be inputted and things like that's kind of a pain.
Yes.
And so maybe there's something better out there, because I think we've had the same format. But we also want to, if we want to entice, like, ad sponsors and stuff, then we need to make it a little bit snazzier than, you know. So just something to think about, because I think we can keep this line item. We don't have anything here at all?
Oh, it's 40,000. It's on the previous
It's on the other page, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay, sorry.
$40,000.
But yeah, so that 40, and then maybe not having to use it once we can actually implement a system to shift.
And I'll speak on that just real quick. We're in the process of, we're communicating with a communications company, and they're going to give us some pointers on how to best address your point about the newsletter. We are also in the process of doing our due diligence about how to charge and what to charge people moving forward, businesses moving forward for advertisement. That is something that I will want to talk to the mayor and council about, because there will be an internal policy change and perhaps a policy discussion, but those discussions are happening as we speak.
I'll just say the one that I saw that was very nice, you might want to speak to, is the town of Berwyn Heights.
Okay.
And see what their fee structure is, because there might be a little, are they bigger than us? No, it might be smaller than us, but, you know, so size-wise.
Noted.
I also want to note that I think last year, or the year before, during budget season, we had also discussed going the opposite way and looking at how many people are sort of committed to having a paper newsletter delivered to them versus whether it could be entirely digital, and whether, if there's a sort of a small enough response to people needing the paper newsletter, whether there could be a system of hand delivery for those handful, assuming that it is not a large percentage, to cut costs on printing, period. So I think there's two different ways to go there.
We can most certainly produce a survey.
All right, that's a great idea, and we'll look for ways to do that. Let's leave the 40,000 in there, and then, for now, maybe for the last year of being that high, I don't know, hopefully. Do we need the 3,000 for the material, supplies, and equipment, and do we need 5,000 for public information?
Yes, you do need the 5,000 for public information, and for material, supplies, and equipment, yes.
What's the 5,000 is just for the newspaper ads? For charter amendments, okay. And what supplies and equipment am I getting? Like the shirt? Business cards?
Business cards, yeah, your shirts, what else is in there?
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we can cut that down. We can probably do half of that, but.
All right, let's do half. I think it helps a little bit.
Okay.
All right, are we done then on this page?
Yeah.
The election.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I remember from the last conversation, the election, the 13,000, that included the possibility of putting the boxes in the far west side of Ward 1 and the apartments, right? That was part of that 13,000. Remember we talked about that? The boxes for the elections? And I mentioned the fact that at least on the far west side of Ward 1, we don't need a box there.
Correct. We're looking at exhausting the current 2,000 for those expenses.
Okay, so that's covered under that. That's not part of the 13,000?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Mr. Galloway, on to 530, the General Government Administration.
Sorry, wait a minute.
Who's got one? Innovative.
Okay. So under the General Government Administration, Mayor and Council, under Personnel Services, we have the wage and salaries, we have the overtime, retirement supplement, workers' compensation, Social Security, health insurance benefit, life insurance, and unemployment. I do want to note that the health insurance did go up. It went up from last year from the adopted budget of 88,000 to 110,000. Health insurance costs have went up across the board throughout the state. And as you all know, I sit on the Legit Local Government Board, and I am the healthcare rep for for Legit. So this was beyond our control. That was the best that Benecon could negotiate for us. Next year, we do expect to see a little bit more relief in that line item across the board as the health insurance will be up for bid. But as we go down, we'll look at overtime. We have 25,000 for overtime. Retirement, we have 100,000 there. The retirement supplement, we have 15,000. Workers' compensation, we have 3,500. Social Security, just a reflection of the salary, which is at 42,600. As I've stated, the health insurance is at 110,000. Life insurance is at 5,000, and unemployment is at 6,000. We go down to staff development, travel and training. We have at $20,000, and that's all the administrative trainings. Tuition assistance, we have at 45,000, and that's for the entire town. So Public Works, Police Department, and General Government. Insurance costs, auto insurance, excess auto liability, we have at 3,500. Commodities, material, supplies, and equipment, miscellaneous, bank service, credit card fees. We have the material supplies at 15, miscellaneous at 5, bank service, bill.com at 8, credit card fees at 1,000. Subscriptions and memberships, we have at 7,000. Consultant and accountant and paycheck fees, we have at 70,000. So that is our payroll provider and our town accountant / treasurer. Contractual services, recruitment and advertisement, we have at $2,000. EAP, we have at 6,500. Telephone services, we have at 15,000. Office equipment maintenance, we have at 2,000. and postage, we have at 6,500. Code compliance, private property cleanup, we have at 4,000. Code residential parking, we have at 1,000. Code uniforms, we have at 1,000. And we have no capital outlay at this time. We'll move forward to the next page.
Yeah, let's finish the next page, and then we'll go to council, and then we'll go to the public.
Which are the committees and debt services. We increased this budget for Cheverly Day to 20,000. Please know that the cost of fireworks did increase this year. And as I've stated before, the fireworks is at $16,600. And the remainder of that $20,000 we intend on spending for the golf carts that we use for Cheverly Day. The Cheverly Planning Board, we have at $300. Youth programming at $13,000. Recreation Council, $4,500. Grants, $15,300. Cheverly Market, $5,000. Interpretive Services, $3,000. Hometown Heroes, $4,000. And we'll continue to go on down. The municipal bond interest payment and the municipal bond principal payment totals $536,719, all of which is paying for this wonderful building here. And the total general government is $3,211,221.
Council, any questions about the previous two pages? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, you mentioned the health insurance increase, but it looks like there's a big jump as well in retirement under personnel services, and I'm wondering where that is coming from, because last year, the budgeted amount for salaries was higher than this year, but the retirement budget is half of what it is this year.
Correct. I think Ms. Mock is on. There's a formula that the state has provided the town that she has used and came up with numbers. Ms. Mock, can you speak a little bit to that, please?
Certainly. The amount for FY27 will be based on the FY26 actual personnel costs. So in FY26, your administrative salaries are actually higher than they are in FY27. So that's why that retirement number is a little bit higher than it seems it should be. Plus, there has been an increase in the formulas that the state was using, and they provided us some information regarding that.
Do you have a follow-up?
I just had one quick thing, which is that I love the idea of not funding the fireworks, because I do not enjoy the fireworks. So that would be a big savings.
That is a perspective. Council, any other questions before we go to the public?
I had a question.
Yes.
Can you tell me how the tuition assistance program is structured? Like, how does one apply for it? Is there a cap per person, or, you know, how does it get used?
I can provide you with the policy
Yeah.
that we have, but as far as the tuition assistance, you have to be here for a year, and if you apply, you have to get approved by your department head, and then approved by the town administrator. It has to be something that can benefit the town, as in local government, business, etc., before it can be approved.
And is there any requirement that you stay with the town for any amount of time after you've gotten that benefit?
Based on the current policy, no, there hasn't been. So that is something that I have talked to the town attorney about changing.
Okay.
Yes. The policy has been the same since before I arrived, but that is something that we have been in discussion with Attorney Deloach about.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, let us put that policy on a work session for the fall, please. Vice Mayor.
But so there isn't a cap, it seems, because it looks like year-to-date, we've already overspent what was adopted in the FY '26 budget by a decent amount. So how do you decide when to stop? When to say, we have exhausted the budget for this?
Yeah, I think that some of that is based off of contractual obligations, commitments, and then we need to review with each department how things should be properly allocated, because we've already had the discussions about reallocating certain trainings should not be in tuition reimbursement. They should be in training, okay? And we have some of that's there that we'll need to reallocate to.
All right, council, if you're finished with your questions for the 500 series items, let us turn to the public and ask if there's any public input on the 500s. Yes, because 400 is revenue. The 500 expenditures. Is there any public input? Your name, go ahead.
Yes, Leila Riazi, Ward 1. What I would most like to see, and I understand it can't be answered here, would be to do a reassessment of the cable television government channel communications and the other consultant services, just to price out what they were when these contracts were entered into, and what might be opportunities now and possibilities of combining across a few of these. So just because when we look at those numbers, there may be some room for improvement within there, but it's very difficult, at least in this environment, for me to ascertain. I know Mr. Galloway was explaining it, but I wasn't clearly understanding what is what and how we might be able to better do that. So both in the 520, 100 and down, because we have new that we've brought over, including the newsletter, but then also when we're talking about some of the specialty consultants and computer support and those sorts of things. The other thing is, this will be the ongoing conversation about newsletter, but for many of our residents, it is still a very valuable point of communication, and when we're also talking about public notice for things, we have gone over to our newsletter, and I would say for something like the tax rate, that we actually should be mailing those things out to each and every resident, since we no longer have a true news of public record, and it's just something that's hidden in Upper Marlboro. So please, when you're thinking about newsletter, there's a lot to think about.
All right, thank you for that. Any other public comments on the 4 pages of the 500 series expenditures? Seeing none, Mr. Galloway, why don't you kick us off with the 600 series, which is the police department?
Okay, so, I'll pass it to the chief. How about that?
Super.
All right.
I'll pass it to the deputy chief for that one. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to run through this. This is the second time this has been presented, but there have been some substantial cuts to the budget that we presented on April the 2nd. So the salary and benefits, the proposed budget of 2.1 has a reduction. We've frozen a requested position for the detective in this budget over what we had presented originally. We still want to move forward with creating that detective bureau. We kept the sergeant's position in there, and we've got a well-trained detective sergeant now So we'll just be reallocating the structure. Yeah, yes, and by code, we're required to have that detective bureau. More importantly, it makes sense that we have a detective bureau. We had a recent situation where we requested a detective from Prince George's County, and this is no slight on Prince George's County, but they declined to come out. So Sergeant Jackson picked up the ball and ran with it and was able to close that case for us. Just the salaries and benefits, the most significant hit is in the retirement pension for our sworn officers. They're in LEOPS. LEOPS has increased the pension costs by 47%. That's a $240,000 increase over what was budgeted last year. And just, again, the cost of doing business, and again, workman's comp and payroll taxes, and those increased because we're staffed where we should be. Good. Yes, sir.
I do want to emphasize this, okay? Yeah, I know. 24/7 policing does cost, and this is one of the cost factors of it, okay? 200, what'd you say, 247,000?
240,000.
240,000. This is going to be a continual cost of having a 24/7 police department on top of last year, because we were not fully staffed the entire year. We were able to absorb this cost in the salaries line item. We had to itemize this year and a few other items that Chief can explain, just because we're fully staffed now. We cannot lean on the salaries of the police department. So this is a continual cost and cost of doing business that we're going to have moving forward.
Thank you.
I'll sum up the salary and benefit by saying this. Our salaries and benefits constitute 87% of the police department's overall budget. That leaves a 13% operating budget to run the police department. That includes a $62,000 annual renewal fee for the body-worn camera program. We're on a 5-year contract. We're in the third year of that. I fully expect those costs will increase when we have to renegotiate the contract. But the body-worn cameras, the biennial psychological assessments, the annual physical assessments, and even the mental health support, all required under Senate Bill 71, passed in 2021 by the General Assembly. They were all unfunded mandates. All of those costs are encapsulated in the 13% of the operating costs. That's before we put gas in our cars, maintenance for our vehicles, purchase uniforms, and everything else that you see. And this past General Assembly session, the General Assembly passed another bill, rightfully so, dealing with body armor, requiring all police departments not only to provide body armor, which would seem to make sense, but to make sure that body armor that's expired is replaced in a timely fashion. Body armor does have a 5-year life expectancy, and it's extremely expensive. One would think that that would not be something that the General Assembly would have to pass a bill on, but because of what was happening in other parts of the state, that became necessary. So I just share that with the mayor and council and the community. That's just the cost of operating the police department. I want to talk a little bit about our community engagement, because that has been discussed. The police department obviously has a number of events, National Night Out. We participate in Cheverly Day and offset some of the costs associated with that, and the Shop with a Cop that comes out of that community engagement. What the police department was able to do this year without any expense to the town was our holiday village, which a lot of the children took advantage of during the December and January timeframe. Our Halloween event, which this year I think attracted probably close to 2,000 residents. I'm not sure they were all Cheverly residents. I think the word traveled pretty far that we do a pretty good Halloween event. But all of that that we had there, including the 17-foot gargantuan.
Headless Horseman?
Yes, was all solicited through from businesses in and around the town. It was covered at no cost to the town. Likewise, this year for Public Safety Day, which is June the 5th, put that on your calendar, June the 5th, Friday, June the 5th, I'll say it one more time. And so far, the police department has acquired nearly $10,000 in donations between monetary and gift donations at no cost to the town. So we share that because we all share a responsibility, and we work very collaboratively with Mr. Galloway to try to offset as much of that cost as we can. And our businesses are very generous in the town here, so we're appreciative of that. Last thing I just want to speak to is we have solicited the state and the federal government for a grant for encrypted radios. The county is moving towards encrypted radios. That's a cost to the town of Cheverly at approximately $500,000. Delegate Ivy worked very hard to get money into the state budget. The bill was passed, the money was there. How it's going to get allocated through the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention still remains to be seen. Likewise, Congressman Ivy has requested us to complete grant applications, which the deputy chief did for federal earmark money, and I spoke with his chief of staff today, and he's following up with appropriations. So again, it's $500,000 for encrypted radios. We're trying to get that through grant funding. Our overall budget increase over last year's just shy of $600,000, but again, I'd point to $240,000 of that was just in the retirement alone. So we have reduced our overtime expenditures. We continue to do that in a way that's judicious, keeping in mind that certain things, special events, operational necessity, and court overtime are sometimes outside of our control.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, very quickly, how many sworn officers do you have in this budget, and how many civilians do you have in this budget?
So we requested 2 additional sworn, so that would have taken our sworn to 22. We froze 1. That's reflected in the reduction in this salary line over what was provided to the Mayor and Council in April. And we have 3 civilian personnel.
And so you have 1 frozen detective.
1 frozen detective, yes, sir.
Mr. Galloway, sorry to backtrack, but back in the 500s, yes? Yes. Back in 530100, do you not also have a frozen position in the front office?
I do.
Okay.
I have 2.
Please elaborate.
I have the assistant position.
Right.
And I also have the part-time code compliance position.
All
That's
right.
frozen.
So frozen, yeah, part-time code, so essentially 1.5
1.5.
FTEs, yeah.
2 bodies, but 1.5
Yes.
positions.
Part-time code, those are both frozen. Okay, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate this being lower than it was. Can you talk me through how the WMATA money works?
Yes, ma'am. So we have an annual contract with WMATA. WMATA reimburses our officers. They reimburse the town. We pay the officers' salary for working that overtime assignment at a rate that's pre-described by the contract. WMATA reimburses the town for not only the cost of the officers, but an additional administrative fee on top. So the $100,000, let me go back to the FY25. It's budgeted at $291,000. That's the total amount of the WMATA contract. You see that we have spent approximately $56,000 of that. That's an enormous, it's a significant amount of money that they budget, that they allot. The bottom line is that it's not just cost neutral, it's cost benefit to the town, because the town receives administrative fees back when our officers work that employment. Keeping in mind that part of that contract, and we just renewed it again for the next fiscal year, part of that contract limits the number of hours to operational hours that WMATA deems most essential to have additional security.
So the expense here is the salary that you're paying the officers that gets reimbursed in the revenue over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because in the revenue, I was just a little confused, because in the revenue, it's zeroed out for administrative fees and only has the 100,000 for overtime. On page 2, I don't know how to number these pages. On the second page of revenue, at the bottom. So right now, it's essentially zeroes itself out.
The revenue should have, it's about a 10% administrative fee added on top of the cost, so that should actually be increased. for
Okay,
the
so that's
revenue
like
side.
an extra $10,000 that's not in here.
I could offer that adjustment. I thought we had put in that fee. I don't believe it's in any place else, but we'll make that adjustment right now.
Almost. Anyone else, questions for the police department? Mr. Wade?
I just want to emphasize what was just heard of, as y'all know, I'm the community engagement guy. Our police department, $20,000 they're saving the town for their community engagement. That is amazing. Thank you all for that. That June 6th event especially is amazing if you haven't attended, but especially with the youth, it's really big. So thank you again for that effort, and thank you for saving us some money, but particularly with that, going out in the community and doing that. So thank you.
And I'll tell you what, well, we're finding additional ways to save this year. We're cooking our own food almost and providing other entertainment, so.
Who's cooking who's cooking the food?
Yeah, let's not be penny wise and pound foolish.
You ate it last year, didn't you?
Oh, it was you? Oh, okay. It's not me.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Any other questions, council, for the police department? All right, let's go to the public before we go to Public Works, and then we'll continue that way. So if you have comments on the 600 series spending, your name, your ward.
Julia Mosley, Ward 2. I just have a question because I don't see it in previous years as to what holidays worked. The 115,000, was that in a different line item in previous years?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. So the shift differential, the holiday pay, and field training, we in the FY26 budget of the 1.9 million, we knew that we were not fully staffed. We knew we were not going to achieve that full staffing. So we were able to absorb the costs of that additional money in the salary line. This year, because we are staffed, we wanted to differentiate and segregate that so that the community could see that's the additional salaries or additional monies that are paid to compensate our officers for the holiday field training and the shift differential. It was incorporated in a different line. It was incorporated in the salary line, and we segregated it this year so that the salary line shows just the base salaries.
Because they cut the budget.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, is there any other public input on the police department spending?
Yeah, I'm providing free personal.
Yes, Leila Riazi, Ward 1. Thank you. What I very much enjoyed hearing is how you're pursuing grant opportunities and donations. And that, doing that under another hat, it's a lot of work, but it makes a lot of difference on multiple levels. I have some questions that more than anything, in some cases may reflect my ignorance. But one of the things that I always take a look at is workman's comp. So if there's anything, and if you can speak to this, if there's anything that can be done to lower our workman's comp, sometimes that's training, sometimes that's some incidents that happen, things like that. So when you have an opportunity. The other thing is to better understand specialized services. And once again, that's just for my information. And then to understand, is it Axon, and if that's body camera, and if that's the case, and looking at the numbers, if you expect an increase or if you expect those figures to be accurate. Thank you.
I'll defer to Mr. Galloway as to the workman's comp, but that's insurance. Certainly, we are always looking at risk management issues and addressing those to the degree that we can. We've had a number of situations where one officer was rear-ended in a motor vehicle collision. Those things happen, no fault of the officer. So those injuries all become workman's comp claims and affect our insurance. But I'll let Mr. Galloway speak more to that, and then I'll speak to the Axon.
Yeah, our workman's comp, those are pretty much the prices that are set by the market and the area in which we live. Chesapeake Insurance, those are our workers' comp insurance agencies that pretty much provide us with our quotes. It's a local government workers' comp type of insurance. And so as far as shopping this out, we're getting the best bang for our buck as it relates to a municipality with a police department. But typically, these claims are generally more higher in a police department, especially with a growing police department because of the risk. So that's where we are with that.
And as it relates to the Axon, that's the body-worn cameras. That's our in-car cameras, which I will say as your chief, I think are equally important because the in-car cameras capture different perspectives and different views than what the body-worn camera captures. That also includes our electronic control devices, which are commonly referred to as tasers, as well as the devices on our holsters that activate body-worn cameras automatically when a firearm is drawn from the holster. So that $62,000 is a contracted fee. We're in a 5-year contract with Axon, and I believe we're entering year 3. So that $62,000 is locked in for the remainder of the contract. Do I expect that cost to increase? Absolutely, when we renegotiate that next contract.
Do you want to address the specialized services?
Yes. So the specialized services is everything from our biennial psych assessments that is required by law, our annual fitness assessments, which is required by law, the mental health support that we have to provide, and the law specifically said it can be at no cost to the officer. So there's a number of those. The amount right now seems like we haven't spent a lot, but it's because we're moving closer to the end of this fiscal year, and those things are coming due. So that bill will, that invoice will eventually catch up. And there's a lot of other specialized services. A lot of other services, our policy manuals and things of that nature are all paid out of there.
All right, let us go to Anna Clay, who is online. Are you able to speak?
Yes, hi.
Hello.
I just had a question about the overtime, specifically the operational necessity. I'm just looking for clarification that if the police department is fully staffed minus the detective in another position, what is the operational necessity for overtime?
Well, thank you for the question. The operational necessity, it can count for making late arrests. It can account for backfilling our staffing, keeping in mind that our staffing fluctuated considerably over the last year, and there were periods of times where we had to backfill the shifts with off-duty personnel. That's why that expenditure for the actuals for FY '26 has exceeded the budgeted amount. It also, keep in mind that our officers are required to do 40 hours of annual training to include their firearms training. So when you taking officers out of service for the training, 20 officers at a week time is 20 weeks, and that's the minimum required. So when our officers take 2 weeks of annual leave, they get a week of sick leave, all of that adds up, and that operational necessity is used to backfill those shifts. So you can figure that if we count the weeks out, and this is why the average is 5.5 officers to fill one 24-hour shift. That's a national standard under the IACP. When our officers take leave and things of that nature and we're backfilling, that's the additional cost for the operational necessity. Hopefully that clarifies and answers the question.
All right, thank you for that. I think that concludes, oh, go ahead. Come on up.
Joyce Jones, Ward 6. This is more of a comment than a question. I think for transparency and comparative year over year for your expenses, when things are covered like holiday work, the holiday work, whether it was covered, it occurred last year, although it was shown someplace else. It's easier for the public to see that it actually happens each year if it's shown in that particular line item. So if the expenses are put in the line item where they occurred, I think it's more transparent and folks can see year over year. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am,
you
and
for
that's
that. Go
exactly
ahead.
why we did, and that's exactly why we differentiated it this year. This is the budget is a work in progress, and we're constantly looking at ways to increase that transparency. So thank you.
Are there any other comments on the police proposed spending? Hearing none, I think that takes us to the 700 series, Public Works.
Good evening. Just to give a little bit of an overview, what you saw last time had 6 frozen positions, and even including the custodial positions, we're currently at about 23% of staff has been frozen. In prior years, we had 4 frozen positions. So this year, we added another frozen laborer and a vacant CDL position. Equipment operator was also frozen. For us, about 60% of our budget is salary. Interestingly, on the first page, we're actually coming in, I calculate, about $93,000 lower than the last time that you saw us. So just from FY '26 to the proposed FY '27, we have, I believe, just about under 2% increase. But I would also note, too, that the regular pension system, it's called the reform, or some still are in the alternate pension system with Maryland, went up as well during this year. So that's a challenge that we have in this year as well, that it went up from 150 was budgeted to 204. That's something that I'm trying to wrestle with as we end the fiscal year. But those salary and benefits are there. We're keeping overtime flat. Overtime this year, though, did go over. Obviously, with the snow is one of the big events, or snowcrete, I should say. Hopefully, that is a once-in-a-lifetime. We do support a lot of events as well. I would say, though, that I look at that another position, which may not actually supplant the overtime, would probably be with fringe about $65,000 to $70,000. So actually working, I think the existing employees in overtime is actually a cost benefit to us. And so moving down through travel and training and auto insurance, those are all remaining similar. In fact, I think if you go all the way down to the Public Works building contingencies, that is $10,000 lower than what you saw last time. So I believe all the lines are similarly lined up. I will note that last time you saw it, and I'm looking at what we were looking at last time, but the equipment replacement, somehow this got by me. I don't think we were looking to propose zeroing that out. We fluctuate from time to time, but in particular, I've been trying to position that fund to help with equipment that we're going to need with, whether it's everyday operations that we've needed over the years, but additionally too, with this new building. The contingencies, I would note, I have about $35,000 in maintenance agreements that we're looking to execute. I'm just trying to figure out when that time to execute them is. That's in that Public Works contingency. So we really only have about $10,000 above that for contingencies for the new building. And also, I would just note, we've tried to recognize or take out some of the, I guess, earmarks or other monies. I mean, when we were hearing the comments, I added it up. I believe we've brought in the past couple of years about $3 million or over $3 million of grants, earmarks, different things to the town at no cost to the, except for staff time, but at no cost to the town. Those are non-matching. The FEMA had a matching. We actually found Cleaner Water Partnership to step in with over $500,000 to be our match. I think there's also the stormwater grant just came directly to us. So there's some others too, project charges and different things. So I think actually we've worked on. Public Works has played a part in that. Everybody's played a part in that. So with respect to the first page, I didn't go line by line, but I did try to point out.
The $2,612,000, that's the proposal? Or it's not the proposal?
It is the proposal with the footnote that equipment replacement got by me last time, and I don't believe we were intending to zero it out. I think I can maybe touch upon that.
That's more than a footnote. Are you proposing?
When I get through the end, there's the food scrap program that came up. And the food scrap program is $45,000. And so if we could pause for that, I'll circle back. Mr. Mayor, is that all right?
Okay, that sounds fine. Let's keep going.
If we go over to the divisions under the street maintenance, I did propose cutting the general fund monies to asphalt and concrete. I will say that I think we always ought to be investing general fund monies into the asphalt and concrete.
Yeah.
But right now, we still are getting HUR monies. I was asked about the past years. We are spending a lot of that on the east side right now. I expect us to roll into FY27 with about 450,000 of HUR. That includes this 363 plus a little bit left over, and we're going to spend some more. But the state has cut HUR back in the past, and that's something you always need to be aware of. But in this tight times, reducing it, and what this does is allow us, if we have a project that we might have to pour some concrete somewhere that may not directly align with HUR, I get to take care of that and still do the road that clearly aligns with HUR monies. But I think that's the only reduction on the second page at this point. So I believe all those subtotals are proposed at this point, Mr. Mayor.
Great, okay.
If we go.
Oh, yeah, so now we're on the last page.
You go to the last page. So all of these, I believe, are similar. I will note that the gas, oil, and grease were really, I think we're going to be real tight, if not maybe over 60 this year. I know the actuals don't reflect that right now, but with the gas pricing. But I'm probably going to propose changing that line item, just gas, and put the oil and grease in the garage consumables. But I would, though, for number-wise, just indicate that the food scrap program, we had brought that up previously, putting 100% cost on the town, making it free for the residents. Not everybody would be included in that. That's 130 homes, but that is $45,000. That is an expansion of services at a time when we're having to tighten our belt. That does make it difficult. So one thing that I would propose is taking some or all of that and moving it back into equipment replacement and deleting the food scrap program for the time being.
I concur.
Council, what do you think about the food scrap program? So the program would be zeroed out here and would continue to exist in a pilot mode? Go
I
ahead.
think as Councilmember Fry suggested earlier, if it's a program that people want, then people can pay for it.
I believe that is an option. I think we'd want to explore it some more, but I believe that we can be the mediator between the company and the residents, swapping the costs. And so if the residents want to continue and pay the company, I believe the company will administer that. We just have to facilitate that communication. I think you all will hear a little bit about that, but given the budget, given the timings, given what we're having to decide upon, I think it might be a necessary cut.
But, Councilmember Fry.
So when I said I had a list of ideas I threw out there, and I didn't love all of them, that was one of them. But again, it is something that, it was an expansion of services. It was something that we've talked about, Mr. Raymond, in the past of wanting to do. And I think it was great that, that the town took advantage of the offer to work with Edmiston to do the pilot program. If the town serves as the mediator, I think that helps if there's any way, because that would give us the reduced cost as like a group doing it.
I believe the costs will remain similar.
So like if I were to
as
do it by myself versus doing it with the town.
No, I think it might be more cost-effective to work with the company that we've aligned.
Yeah, so like as
Basically,
the
we
town.
wouldn't be deleting the program, we'd be transferring the cost to the residents.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so like, let's say I wanted to do it alone.
Right.
Would it cost me more to try to do this alone versus as a town, are we getting some sort of like?
I don't have an exact, I believe there is.
It's a little bit of a
Right.
discount, correct?
Correct. As
Okay.
you get some numbers, you do get a volume discount.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's huge, but also a one-off, I think is going to be very difficult for a company to pick up unless there's others in the area.
Exactly. So we are currently contracted through the end of the fiscal year, correct?
Yes.
So then we would have about 6 weeks to notify residents who are part of the program to let them know what that cost will look like and if they want to continue. Because I think knowing if they want to continue, and then actually if we could open it up to other residents, because, you know, just in case other people do want to take advantage of that. So we have a better idea, because if you have to pay for it, some residents might not want to, right? So it'd be good to know, because I don't know that I want to commit us to being the mediator if we end up with like just me and Nicole doing it.
Maybe mediator's not the right word, but facilitating the communication. They're
Yeah.
already taking over, like, the administration and communication with the residents and tracking, so I think we just need to finesse that communication happening, which would
Okay.
probably be,
Well,
I think I'd want the town involved to some degree.
I just want it on the record that this thing of mine that I do appreciate and enjoy having here is something that is a want. Although it is very good for the environment and for our homes and being able to see how much waste we produce just in food. So I will support that at this time.
It's a want of ours as well.
Yes, I
It just-
know. And if we can continue to look for ways to try to see how we can subsidize it, not from our pockets, but maybe grants or things like that outside of. Yes, so just want it on the record.
Okay, Vice Mayor on the Public Works budget, and then Mr. Wade.
Yeah, my preference would also be if we can retain the structure and the framework of the program as it is now and pass the cost on to residents that want to keep doing it. That would be my preference rather than just noping out of all of it. But some of the things that were said just in the past few minutes gave me this thought that I wanted to mention, because we've been talking a lot about grant money, and we should get grants in order to avoid a tax increase. And the thing about grants is that they are mostly not budget relieving. Almost all of the grants that the town gets are for projects that are in addition to what has been budgeted, and they are amazing, and oftentimes those projects are very necessary, but they are very rarely budgeted at that level already in the budget. So I just want to be sure that's clear. Then when it's difficult to get a grant that will relieve operational costs. It's much easier to get a grant that will allow us to pay for a project that has not already been budgeted for. So our town is great at getting grants. It's amazing. The projects have been like town-changing in a lot of ways. But I just want to make sure the narrative is not, if we get grants, then we won't need a tax increase.
Mr. Wade.
The first part deals with the grants. Just again, have to commend the Public Works on the level of work they've done with the grants. Not part of the operating budget, but it literally is life-changing for the residents. So I want to commend Mr. Bramey and your team regarding that. I mentioned earlier when I was talking to during the previous hearing about the overtime, how I talked about flexing individuals' times. So we have tons of Saturday events of maybe doing a 10-hour shift that day, or where the overtime doesn't come over the weekends, because most of the overtime outside the natural disasters, Snow Creek, that can be used, versus doing the events on the weekend times or evening times where their time can be flexed. Can you speak to that? Because I know it's still stayed at the 60,000. It's not a lot, but is there any wiggle room if that people's hours are flexed? But we thank you for that, because we need the Public Works doing those particular events for that. But is there any avenues or wiggle room regarding that to lower the budget line item?
Well, in order to try to reduce continuing of use of overtime this year, we're actually flexing for the parks coverage. And so we have an employee that covers Saturday and Sunday. And so on Saturday, it's the end of the work week, and you have to work within the work week. And so Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, they're leaving an hour early for their 3 hours of parks. And Sundays, they have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we have Wednesday. So we are exploring that. I would just point to, though, we are 6 positions light as well. So I want to make sure that we're not empty-handed at 12 noon and at the lunchtime. There's more than just Mr. Cardenas and I sitting at the table when we get the call. But yes, we are trying to do, that's an example of where we are flexing some schedules. It's a little bit more difficult sometimes in a public works department to do compressed work schedules, versus particularly with non-exempt employees versus exempt employees, So we have some limitations, but we're already dabbling in that.
All right, thank you. Oh, Mr. Glowacek, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to channel the Lorax and speak for the trees. The tree service, is that the service that we provide for people to get trees in their yards? Or is that trimming trees around town?
It's all things trees. All things trees. And in fact, that's helping us out with improving the bump outs, if you've seen some work on the bump outs on Cheverly Avenue. So we work closely with Dr. Feathers on this, and so he inspects the trees. And so we have a professional arborist, which I think has really helped out with the health of our tree and our tree canopy, as well as the planting of the trees. So covers everything, including emergencies when the trees fall across. Okay. Although I'd like Pepco to respond first, because if there's a line, they might clear the road for us.
Right, because I'm looking at the actuals for this year. It's half of what was budgeted for this year. So, but you're still saying for 200,000 for the coming year, whereas in 24 we spent 150, 25 we spent 275. So you're just sort of
right now
throwing a dart at it, kind of thing.
No, So what we're currently doing this year, over the past, because I'm tight in some areas in the budget, and I know that it's come up about how much of the reserve are we going to use this year. So I've looked at this, and right now, we're probably at about 89,000. My target is to maybe have it about 50 to 75, not as long as we don't have an emergency, to help with some of my overages in other areas. Normally, I think we can save that. What we do is sometimes in June, there might be some money in reserve in case there's, an emergency, a big thunderstorm comes through, and if it doesn't, we may not spend it all. So there is a logic to this being at 200. We've budgeted at 220 before. So we did reduce it about 10%.
Okay, if there's no further questions about Public Works, is there any public input on the Public Works expenditures? Okay, yeah, I can't see online. So why don't we start online, and then we'll go to the room? I don't know who's online. Okay, are you able to speak, Ms. Clay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I had one comment and one question. I just wanted to give a little bit of pushback about the comment that the vice mayor made about getting grants. As someone who has worked in development for 6 years, I know that part of that is true, but it is a possibility to get grants that support programs that are already in place. I'm not saying that it is easy, but it is a thing that is possible. The second thing is a question, and the contractual temporary labor, can I get just some clarification on like what that is?
Sure, thank you for that. Yeah, Mr. Bremen can clarify how we're using those positions.
So we're using those positions basically as laborers. And so we're able to use that without incurring any of the fringe costs or the fringe benefit costs, including workers' comp and other things. And so we rotate that as to how many we use, but for the most part, we do have them on the back of the trash trucks and the yard waste trucks. And then also as well, we work them a full 8. We have tasks for other employees, which is normal in refuse. They do not participate in the task. We still get a couple extra hours of work out of them after the trash out's done.
Understood. Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for that question. Okay, is there other public input on the 700 series, which is the Public Works expenditures?
Ward 2, Sean McGuire. Okay, pertinent question. A proposal. What would happen if you put a 12.5 cent on the scrap program and maybe you lose maybe 5 people out of the 130? And there was, the work director said, oh, I missed something. Oh, I understand. Okay, fair enough. But to use 2.5 of the money to cover that, so of a 1-year thing, and say, well, for now it's 12.5, we'll drop it down to 10 or maybe 5. But maybe that's an idea. 12.5 cents for the scrap program for charging 130 people the fee, a monthly fee. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any other public input on the Public Works expenditures?
Yes, thank you. Leila Riazi, Ward 1. For starters, Mr. Bremen, in the auto insurance line, is that reflecting more vehicles, increase in the cost of auto insurance, the types of vehicles, just any insight that you might have to there? I'm going to ask all of my questions just because of the time I'm allocated. The other thing is going into streetlight install, repair, and convert, knowing that there are specific requests for installation of new streetlights. I've forgotten how much work you can get out of that 25,000, so to understand that a little bit better. To understand what are park supplies, and I most likely have just forgotten. I would appreciate anything that you have there. I am concerned to see that we haven't done any program open space money, at least that's reflected in here, and we have the budget for the 165, just to understand or be reminded about whether or not we were able to take advantage of program open space in 2026 and the commitment that we're making to taking advantage of it in 2027. The arborist question was already answered. And then when we're talking about the grant, when we're talking about the curbside composting, I've given these suggestions before, and I'm going to give them again on the public record. One, we should be reminding people about backyard composting, and you have organizations in town who would be happy to educate on that again and revive the backyard composting. And it's something that doesn't have the cost or the impact of the fuel and the pollution associated with that. And then when we're talking about people who don't want to do backyard composting, it's to use a big belly, one of those big belly trash containers. They are also actively used for composting in many different situations. And so we could cite a big belly right around town hall associated with the market, things like that that allow residents to have an opportunity to expand their composting if they don't wish to utilize backyard composting. That's a very sound investment, and it would cost a great deal less to have that collection done at one source. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Brayman, are you able to address a few of those points?
I believe, if I've made the notes. So on the audio insurance, that is due to more autos. We have some additional pickups as well as an additional trash truck. Park supplies, that's everything from the dog waste stations to this year, we actually paid for the gate at Boyd Park through this line item. Benches that come up from time to time. We've increased this because we've had increase for requests, but when the garden club, which they love to do, and we love that they do it, wants to donate a bench, I think we've changed this up where they paid for it last time, but if we pay for it and they reimburse us, it doesn't come into that line item. That would require a budget transfer. Everything related to, parks that comes up that is not park tools or equipment as well. The program open space, we are proposing that this year. I believe last year or for the last 2 years, we were seeing how this might help out with assisting with the Kilmer Park access from the apartment side. That project is well over the cost of our POS money, so this year I'm proposing that we use 125 of it to cover completing the track. There's a new track up against the Ely building. The curbside composting, we do still advertise on our website and do sell the backyard composting bins if somebody is interested. I believe those were all the questions.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Brayman, I have a question about the compost bins, rain barrels, and then from like the revenue side versus the expenditure side. Like FY25 says we've spent $5,000, but we made $671.
So when we go out and have to buy either the recycling bins or the toters, we have to buy them in a large quantity. I believe it's at least 100 or 150 toters we have to buy. And so that's a large cost. It takes a while for it to run down. When we purchase rain barrels, we have to purchase I believe it's like 10 or 12. When we purchase the composters, there's a minimum too that we have to purchase. And so sometimes we can't predict exactly how fast they run out. One year, I think I didn't have the money and had to tap into another account buying the bins or the toters. So does that answer your question? I believe this year we bought bins and toters.
Yes.
No, because there's no actuals for this year. Okay, so you just bought them.
I would want to look into that closer.
Okay, just because I'm
But-
looking at the numbers and they just look like, because we're budgeting another 8,000 for this year.
And the reason for that was we thought we were going to have more storage space. And I was not anticipating us needing to purchase the bins and bins and toters this year. I was hoping to actually purchase them next year, but
Okay.
we're looking at, we've reduced that.
But we're only budgeting to get $500, but spend 8,000.
Well, we
don't think that many people will buy
I
them?
believe we've bought toters 3 or 4 times in my 7-year tenure. So sometimes they go faster than other times. We're hoping once Ely is more known to be open, we have a room specifically for that. We're going to have
And how
them.
much are the toters and the compost?
The toters, well, the toters are for, I call them toters because they have the wheels for the recycling.
Oh, yeah, the blue top.
Yeah, $25.
Is that competitive to what you would get if I were to go to like a Lowe's?
I believe we're subsidizing that slightly. I think we pay about 30, 35.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tanzi.
Thank you for all of that. This is going back to the questions people raised at the beginning. Do you have any numbers for what we spend on bulk pickup or twice weekly trash pickup? Do we have a sense of what we would save if we either charged people for bulk pickup or only did it once a month? And what we would save if we had trash only once a week?
Well, let me start with bulk. If we did, well, first of all, when we pick up appliances, we do levy a charge, okay? What's interesting is that we don't levy the charge until we pick it up, because sometimes you put your, like washer, dryer, and somebody, a scrapper comes by and picks it up, and they take it away, and the scrap metal that we do pick up, we also go and recycle it, and so we get a little bit of revenue back on that. And it's not much, but it's something, and it's somewhere in the miscellaneous revenue. Given our circumstances, that I guess we've been having it over at the hospital, right? All right, so on the other bulk, you're allowed up to 3 items. I don't think it's overwhelming. It usually goes right into the trash truck with the regular trash. So if we're charging $20 for an appliance, we might charge, what, $10 an item? It says if you put more, the code says if you put more than 3 items out, we're supposed to levy $100 per item. And some move-outs, I've had to go out and it says I have to determine a charge. And I tried to make it as fair as possible. So I don't see that as a big operational issue. The switching to once-a-week trash, so when that came up, I just looked at it. I mean, right now, that would save us, 32 hours and temp hours, all right, which is, about $1,000 a week. And then the fuel charge, if we were full with employees, like, there's a potential that if we had empty positions, you could reduce them, because on Thursdays and Fridays, you could redirect them to do some other work that was deferred on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Also, if you did go to once a week, because that's what I'm accustomed to, it's much more environmentally sound, less wear and tear on the trucks. I don't know how to quantify that right now. I mean, to Mr. Galloway just said I would, off-the-cuff calculation would be $50,000 a year. But I would also suggest, though, looking into potentially changing the method of collection to semi-automated, and which has a tipper on the back of the truck, and so you get a big toter. I'm familiar with getting 90-gallon toters, which can last a week, can last 2 weeks, for some folks. And you also get smaller ones, because some folks don't want to manage wheeling it out. But then you push it up, and a lifter tilts the toter into the trash truck. I understood before that that's been looked at, that some of the hills and some of the front yards, if you see people put their trash out on the front yard. So there'd have to be, an in-depth study on that. But that would be, a way that you could give a bigger trash can without expecting an employee, whether they're a contract temp, a temp employee, or a regular employee, to pick up a bigger can or more cans to lift in the back of the truck. Because I would think theoretically, the same tonnage should occur.
Yeah.
So just, my understanding is, from what you just said,
50 to 70 probably.
the trash pickup are all temp contract people, so there's no addition, other than the man hours, there's no extra staff on budget because we have twice a week trash versus
Not
once a week
FTE.
trash.
Not at this point. Those frozen positions, there certainly were folks that were dedicated to be riding the trucks. So we're using those temps. I believe they're very cost effective. But yes, when I got here, there were employees assigned. We do have some regular employees that do help out because sometimes, and I said we've been reducing the temps. So sometimes on when we have grass pickup or yard waste pickup, but then on the holiday Tuesdays that came up, we have 3 trucks out. And so that will have, that has 6 people on the back. And so, so that would have regular employees involved. And there's been other times too, if it's really heavy or something, we do send out some additional trucks when it's been very hot. The summers are getting hotter. I know about heat stress, but that's like a major thing to deal with nowadays, more so than it used to be. And so we've sent out a second truck with regular employees on it as well to help the route go quicker. Usually we don't grant that task though on that second truck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Wade.
Just make sure, but the driver's not a temp, right?
Correct.
Right. It's just the people in the back that's a temp.
Yep.
So the driver, we would say for the driver is what? Driver going out.
Well, we have 2 trucks on Monday and 1 truck every other day. So in order to get a professional driver, I would think you'd want to keep them on, and Thursdays and Fridays, they'd be reassigned to do other duties.
Yeah, they'd be freed up to do something else perhaps. Councilmember Fry?
On the 1 time a week thing, I just want to put it out there, and I don't know if anybody did it earlier, but the idea of in the winter, 1 time a week,
I believe that might be because of the temperature and the smells.
temperature and the smells, but then in the summer, just sanitation, because a lot of people's trash trucks or trash bins are outside and just with animals and stuff. And so if you're saying 50, about like ballpark, this is obviously just a wild guess, you're saying 50, then we could assume that if we were to only do it for the winter months, it really would only be about a savings of about 25-ish, maybe less than.
I hadn't thought about that. I'd be a proponent of year-round. Look, I have direct knowledge of living in and working with in the city of College Park with once a week. They made the decision. There's still a few people who are upset about it. 98.5% of the people are like, wow, we got a free trash can and I get to wheel it out. I don't even have to carry it out.
It's
And,
not-
and it's, yeah, and it's the very little complaints I'm aware of about the smell. You keep your trash can clean. You get a 90-gallon trash can, you have a little bit of a responsibility at once a month or every 3 months, hose it out or something like that. But it makes for, and if you use plastic bags, it makes for, I haven't dealt with the smell before. So I'd be a proponent of year-round once a
Oh, you
week.
say you'd be a proponent of year-round all year, like
Correct.
1 time, oh, you were bold.
And well, they
I was
made
just going to say, this is not one of my favorite ideas, but I was just wanting to put it out there because a resident had reached out and said, well, what about just shifting, not to do once a week all year round, because a lot of people do have issues with the raccoons or whatever, and also the smell. But then you're adding other things that I don't think I thought about either, is once a week you'd need bigger trash cans. But then if you're only doing that, like, so if you do 2 different things, and it can just make it a little bit difficult
I think it
logistically.
might be confusing get everybody on
Yeah,
that,
okay.
that schedule.
Or to kick it back off. Okay, Are,
If I just, yeah, I would.
sure, but I just want to, like, let's talk about changes that we're making to this spending plan. Go ahead.
I just wanted, for clarification, so if we were to go down to once-a-week trash and charge for bulk trash pick, it sounds like those two solutions themselves would not equal the amount of revenue we get from a 1 cent tax increase.
I think you're right.
And I think as well, too, to go to once a week.
Yeah.
We'd want to be studying this and have an implementation program. And I don't,
Right.
I wish I could say, let's snap our fingers and go to once a week and count $50,000 in the budget. But I think you'd have to methodically think this through.
Yeah.
I don't think this is, and look, the pandemic, you may recall when I said how many people had called in sick when we were on that, 1 week on, 1 week off. Nobody called in sick, but I heard it too, and you all did too. When am I going to get back to twice a week? So I know that's a third rail.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because I know it's a thing that gets brought up a lot in terms of avoiding a tax increase by doing those things, but it's not.
Right, it's worth less than a
it's not
penny.
It's not super, yeah.
No, it's a fair point. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
to that end, I think it would be good for us to have numbers because this comes up every year. To be able to say, hey, well, we have studied this before and this is what the effect would be. And of course, there'd be some room for error just because costs change year to year, but at least if we had something that's a little more solid, that could help us just to understand what that would look like. Because, yeah, I mean, I always get people asking, well, we should just go down to once a week trash.
So why don't we pull some numbers together for that, and we will put it on an autumn work session agenda? What's that? Okay.
And then just to bring back the proposed change that I was, if the food scrap program was going to have the cost transferred to the residents, I would like to look at maybe splitting that savings of 45, maybe 30 goes into the equipment replacement, and 15 goes into savings overall.
Oh, okay. So 30 for that, and then we're back 15. So I think you saved 15 overall. And so that put your budget at 40,035,000 and change?
40 million, yes. I'll take 40 million.
4
even.
million. 4 million, 4,035, comma, and some other numbers.
But we did bring in 93 and 25, 108 before that. So this is 108,000 less than what you saw a couple weeks ago.
Plus you saved us another 15.
Yes. So we'll call that.
Okay. So you're under,
Or 123.
you're well under 3 million, you're under $4 million now. 3,975,000 or something?
Approximately.
Okay, excellent. So that concludes Public Works. So Mr. Galloway, I think on the expenditure side, we are no longer at 11,619,000. Do we know where we are?
Can I ask for clarification on something you just said? This is Diane Mock.
Yes.
He wanted to move 30,000 to his equipment replacement
Right,
and remove the food scrap.
yes.
Okay. That leaves his public works at 4 million. It still leaves his public works over 4 million.
No, well, that's what I thought, Diane, but he says he saved us 108 earlier on.
But that's reflected in these base numbers.
That's reflected in these numbers.
But it's 120, it's 108 less than what you saw 2 weeks ago.
So 4,035 is still your expenditure.
That is correct.
Yes. Pardon
like
me,
I
I
said that.
wasn't keeping up with you, sir.
Okay.
4,005,000.
4,035.
Yeah, because if you take 45,000 down, it's 4,000.
But he's keeping 30 of that.
He's keeping 30 of it, it's only 15.
If I give John a hamburger on Wednesday,
Yes.
perhaps I can have
It's,
2 hamburgers from John on Thursday. Okay,
I've been keeping track of the changes you've recorded, so that's why.
so,
Thank
okay,
you,
so
Dan.
the 11 million, yes,
So
so where do you think we are on the $11,500,000 expenditure?
we're at 11,591,053.
11,591,000. Anyone
Oh,
disagree?
53.
Yeah. Anyone disagree with that? Okay. Vice Mayor.
Does that include that 10,000 I found us?
Yeah, no, okay, you asked me for, he asked me for the expenditure.
Okay,
So
right,
if you,
that would be in the revenue.
yes, and so I was going to, we haven't looked at revenues, but before
Well, we're
Steve
about
just
to.
made that, before Steve made that change, we were a negative $2,000 over
Yes.
revenues over expenditures were a negative $2,032. And now with that particular change that Steve just proposed, you have a positive number.
Right. Yes, those numbers are very close to each other, aren't they? 11.
Yes.
Okay. So that takes us back to revenue. So if we are going to move forward with a spending plan of 11,591,000, then we're back to the revenue question. So I will, so Mr. Galloway, did you want to present anything else on revenue? Or are we really just talking about real property taxes at this point? Or did anybody want anything further from Mr. Galloway on the non-tax portions of the revenue? Mr. Tanzi?
Yeah,
And then John.
I was going to ask, we talked about increase in business license costs and things like that. But the only two numbers that went up are fines and forfeitures and, taxes. So did we not put those numbers in? I thought we were trying to distribute the burden more than this.
Yes, we're working through our fee schedule right now. So as far as having that finalized before our presentation to you all, we do not have that available. So right now, the numbers are what the numbers are until that fee schedule is presented and adopted by the mayor and council. I will say this. I just want to make it clear. We are reflecting here a real estate tax increase, of course, of 5 cents, as we've indicated, from 0.5799 to 6299 per $100 of assessed value. Also, we're reflecting a tax rate of 1.03 for the multifamily. Don't forget, the multifamily decreased in value, and 1.03 would bring it to where we were prior to the assessed value. All right? Also, I'm recommending an increase in personal property tax. Personal property tax from 1.10 to 1.45. Personal property tax rate has never been changed while I've been here. This brings us closer to what other municipalities are charging, and this is a tax on utilities and, anything that makes a business runs outside of the actual real property. So, we're taking that up as well. And Diane, that's an increase of about $150,000, is that correct?
It's 175.
$175,000.
Okay.
One note too, Mayor, if you don't mind. We did increase the local income taxes just based off of previous trends. We feel confident that based on the current amount of money that we've received at this point, based off of the actuals of 25 and 24, we're going to be tracking safely to budget 1,425,000.
Okay. So, thank you for that. But David's question was about non-taxes. Why can't we just adopt a new fee schedule in this budget?
We can.
So David wants to change which fee?
Yeah, we had multiple licenses that we discussed. I don't know what the scale of each one is, so I don't have any way to sense how much
Because-
more it might bring in.
Because each one of those are part of the fee schedule. So we'll have to do that number and times it by whatever we're projecting here so that it would be reflective.
Okay, but we could adopt on June 11th a revised fee schedule that increased,
The
all
license
the
and
four
permits.
tens.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, John was next, and then I think Nicole.
I had a question that was raised during the chief's presentation about the police budget, and I think that I heard Ms. Mock say something about the WMATA revenue side of the argument, and is that money now reflected somewhere, I guess, on 460, 165, Ms. Mock?
Yes, it is. That particular line item has been increased to 110,000.
So 460, 165 is now 110,000 plus.
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
that picked $10,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
110. All right, good point. So total revenue is now, thank you for that, and then we will go to the vice mayor. I have 11,603. And then to increase, sorry. So that went up $10,000 to 11,603 overall, and then to increase further, potentially with changes to the, from a new fee schedule. Go ahead.
Just to get a sense of the fee schedule changes, one of the things that was floated earlier tonight was about business licenses and how we only charge $10 and we could easily charge $100. Right now, our proposed revenue from that is $1,500 total. So even if we did 10 times the license fee, that wouldn't net us a ton. Like, that wouldn't net us not raising taxes money. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly.
Right. No, I understand. Yes, thank you for that. I think we are, yes, thank you for that. Okay, any other questions for the town administrator about the non-tax portion of the revenue? We're good on that?
I'll say based off of the adjustments that we've made currently, we're at $12,000 to the good.
Yeah. You had a
Yeah.
non-tax question?
Yeah, the fines and forfeitures, the parking tickets, how much are they per ticket right now?
Yeah, it varies by violation.
But on average, is it standard across the board with other municipalities? Okay. Okay. And municipal infractions, what's that, what is the details of that? Is that standard as well, across the board with other municipalities?
Yeah, we'd have to look at it.
Okay. I'm saying that's another possible revenue source as well.
Right, so if we're looking at the fee schedule, we might also want to look on June 11th at adopting enhanced penalties for municipal infractions.
Yeah.
It's probably a few $1,000s realistically, but, oh, yes. All right, if there's no, okay, anyone have any, council, any questions about the tax, the 7 or 8 items under 400 taxes and liens? Lien, bank, highway, hotel, local, TP, real estate tax.
Has the hotel tax been the same for the last, that tax rate? How long has that been going? Is it the same as the last couple of years, or?
Diane, can you speak to the tax rate of the hotel?
No, I don't know exactly what the rate is. I have to take a look at that.
It has been the same ever since I've been here. So as far as knowing what the actual hotel rate is, I know there's a specialized hotel motel rate that we received, but as far as what the rate is, I don't know what that rate is.
So I think we would like to request that it be an industry, whatever the local industry standard is, to ensure that it's that in what is proposed next Thursday. All right, and seeing no other hands, let's go to the public on revenue items, not spending. Does anyone in the public have any public input about, and again, Councilmember Garces and others online, I can't see you. Go ahead.
Did you check? Okay. Leila Riazi, Ward 1. In general, much has been spoken about, well beyond where I would go, but I would just caution when we're talking about code compliance and we're talking about impact on residents. It's one thing when we're talking about whether or not you choose to park in an area that you shouldn't or stay longer than you should. But if we're talking code compliance, more often than not, that falls on individuals who are already financially struggling or of infirmity or age that they cannot address those matters. So looking at an increase may be counterproductive to what I hear from residents and what I hear from the dais as far as impact on community. So just to keep that in mind.
All right, thank you for that. I would love to increase the parking fines for violating the snow emergency. But you all know how I feel about that. And it may not be rational, but it's how I feel about it. Please go ahead.
Julia Mosley, Ward 2. I wish I could remember the details, and unfortunately, Mr. Torres has passed, but at a previous year, 20 years or so ago, we did change the trash schedule. I believe we went to 1 day a week. I don't believe, Mayor, you were on the council at that point, but anyway, within 3 months, Mr. Torres was back asking to go back to 2 weeks. And I regret to say I can't remember all the reasons. I do remember one that never occurred to me, and I was the one that recommended we do that, was trash was sitting in trash trucks overnight in the park. It was creating damaging tires. I don't remember all the reasons. We did it for precisely why you're looking at it now, and it didn't work. That doesn't mean a new program wouldn't, but just a word of caution. Thank you.
No, thank you for that perspective. Any other public input on the revenue items? Okay, seeing none, council, one thing I do want to request, or I want to ask if this is possible, Ms. Mock and Mr. Galloway, if the actuals can be updated for May 14th, perhaps for April 30, because February 28th feels very long ago.
Yes, we're working on reconciling April right now, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Excellent. Okay. And again, I recognize that's only a week from now. But having that 2 extra months, I think, would tell us a lot about the actuals. Yes. Well, it will be, so please try hard to get it included in what is published on the 12th publicly, and I think council would greatly enjoy receiving it next Friday, a week, 6 days before the 14th. So I guess the 8th. How's that? Does that sound good?
The 8th?
Could we have it by?
The 8th is tomorrow.
Okay, so let's go, we'll go with, it is next week, as soon as possible. Yes.
Mayor, I can get Marches in there right away.
Okay.
We're working on reconciling April at this time, but I can absolutely get March in there tomorrow for you.
Yeah, you're right. I inserted an extra week that doesn't exist. So perhaps for the work session, for the second reader week on March 28th, we can have the April 30 actuals. Mr. Wade?
just whatever we get in, make sure we have it to the public as well, not just the council.
Right, right. Well, it'll be published in the packets. I was trying to get you a couple extra days, but yes. So we will be publishing a budget for the resolution for next Thursday. That publication will be on Tuesday. Council, we will need to give the town administrator some direction, at least, on what tax rates to include in the first reader. We can either give him that direction tonight, or we can have another meeting in the intervening time. But we really only have 5 days, not 7, because we want to publish this for the public at a minimum. Now, a first reader is a first reader, and it's an introduction by definition. It can change on second reader. Obviously, as I said earlier, at the beginning of the night, it can't go higher. It can go lower. So it's sort of, well, it's up to you what you want to do this evening. I'm very happy that we're close to being balanced as far as expenditures with the 5 cents, revenue with the 5 cents and expenditures. The only scenario that I was comfortable deficit spending for FY '27, if it was to, I don't know the right word, but give back some of the tax increase. So if we were to go to 4 cents, I would be willing to deficit spend $94,000 into the fund balance. I wasn't willing to deficit spend in any sizable number if it still meant, going to 5 cents. Does that make sense? Yes. I'm sorry I'm not more articulate, but I'll just remind you, we can set the rate at any 100th of a cent we want. We don't have to keep this 99 thing around. I'll just leave it there, Vice Mayor.
I have a question, which is the other narrative that's been hanging around with the budget is the need to have a balanced budget because of the decisions made by a previous council in order to achieve a bond rating. And how does that factor into, like, our comfort level with dipping into the fund balance is one thing, but what are the negative effects of not having a balanced budget with regard to the financing of this building?
Do you want me to start on that, or do you want to go ahead, Mr. Or Ms. Mock? It's up to you. Yeah, I'll just offer my 2 cents, and then the professionals can talk. I think that a bond rating is serious business, especially if we may need to build something again in the next 10 years. If we're not going to build any different buildings, like if we're not going to renovate the police station, if we're not going to renovate town hall, then the bond rating probably doesn't really matter. And if we're going to borrow money on that scale, then it kind of matters. Again, my focus really still mostly leans not on the bond rating, but towards the fund balance. And what is an acceptable fund balance? I know what's not acceptable, which is like in the 3 millions. I don't know exactly where in the 4 millions I'm comfortable with. I might have to rely on Mr. Galloway and Ms. Mock for advice on that. That's my 2 cents on it. Ms. Mock, do you have any thoughts?
I always think it's prudent to have a balanced budget. So that's been your goal, as I understand it, for this year. The bonding company do look at those factors. Now, there's other things that cause budgets not to be balanced if there's capital expenditures that are being funded. But I think the goal of having a balanced budget is an excellent goal.
Mr. Galloway, anything to add?
Yeah, I will say I've asked for this during the very first you smile because balanced budget. However, in my meetings with the bond rating company on a yearly basis, I continue to get asked, are you going to balance the budget? They continue to see the improvement that we made over the year, but it's going to be a time in which they will downgrade our credit score. The only reason why we didn't get triple A bond rating because of the lack of revenue. Right now we've got, we can't really count this to speed income or revenue. We've got other potential streams of revenue that could be coming in within the next 5 years. So I continue to build that up. I think that balancing the budget is crucial to bond rating and the success of the future of the financial stability.
Were you done, Vice Mayor? Okay. Mr. Tansey.
Just a broader point that I have raised in the past on today. I do think part of the transparency to the town is saying, are we now where we want to be? Do we now have the staff we want, the capacity we want? Because some of the fear of a tax increase is that next we'll need another one and another one. And the goal is to at some point say the town is what we say we want it to be, and costs are now basically adjusted for inflation, right? And so long as our home values are appreciating at the rate of inflation, our need to increase taxes should diminish unless something specific happens. So I know that we have frozen positions and things like that. I do think that some of the reason I'm okay with a modest deficit is that I think we need to have that conversation honestly to say, are we where we want to be? And if, are there still more things to cut? And then when we've said, that's it, no one wants to dip below this, then we can say, then that's what the town costs. And we have to have enough money to provide the services that we've said we want. So I think we're closer to that. I think the most obvious example is a fully funded police force. But I do want to have some way to communicate to the town that we are at that number or approaching it, so that we can have some prospect of saying, this is now what taxes cost in Cheverly, and they should be around that until what the town wants expands, like if we want to take out bonds to do some of the things that the mayor listed.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Tansey. I do intend on elaborating a little bit more in my budget message this year, explaining why things are the way they are. So I do plan on elaborating more on that. Thank you.
Okay, council, what would you like to do next? Would you like, or how would you like to get the town administrator the instruction that he needs for preparing the budget for the introduction next week? Yes, next week. Go ahead.
I think we should make a motion and take a vote.
What would be, we would be voting on,
I think we should vote on at least what tax rate we want the town administrator to use for the version of the budget that is the first reader, with the understanding that we can adjust it slightly.
yeah, downward, or it's not above 6299 and 103. Mr. LeGlohick.
Would it be possible to see a budget with, again, with different numbers, with a 3 cent, a 4 cent, and a 5 cent?
I think that's possible. That is a, yeah. I mean, I think so. I don't know how many hours of work that is. It is not zero, but I'll let Mr. Galloway opine on that. Ostensibly, you would be wanting to see that and then have another conversation with that in hand? Because we're not introducing multiple budgets on next Thursday. So, I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to think it through. Did you want to come in, or did you?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's go to you and then, okay, let's go to Councilmember Frye and then we'll come back to Councilmember Wade.
Thank you. I just want a clarification. When you say you want like a 3, 4, 5, you're just saying you want to see what the proposed numbers would look like at a 3? Correct. Okay, but not that the expenditures or anything else would shift?
No, I think he is.
Or you want
But
the
that's a great
expenditures
question,
to
'cause
shift
I'm
us?
also-
Like, so you want to see a budget, if we were at a 3 cent, how would the police adjust to that? Or no, okay, you're saying just to see what the revenue numbers would look like. Okay.
But I guess I don't understand that request. I know what the revenue number is. It will be 94,000 less at 4 cents, and 188,000 less at 3 cents.
Can I respond?
Yes.
The people want to see that. We know what it is, but the people want to see, as I mentioned
Okay.
over the break, I believe it should be at zero tax increase, 2.5, which is half, and at 5. So they can see the range of exactly what it is. Clearly, our residents are very concerned, rightfully so, about any tax increase. So you see it at 0, you see it at 2.5, and you see it at 5.
And then spending is just across all of those constant at 11,590,000.
Right, with the updated numbers that we just went over now.
Yeah, that's 11,590,000, 91, 11,591,000.
I thought what they were asking was if it were to be balanced, like what would be the sacrifices at each level, right? Like what would we have to cut if we had to do it this way to get the balance? Like that's,
I mean, that's a much more, yes.
and so that's a much bigger ask. But
It's a much more
that's what I thought
complicated answer.
that the community was kind of asking for,
Well, I
is
look-
like where? So,
I look at it as we cut a lot, thank you to everyone since April. So based on what we've cut so far as a team, we can go off those numbers because it's balanced now, correct?
Effectively. Yes, at 5 cents, it's effectively balanced.
So basically, we can present to the public, we have a balanced budget.
At 5 cents.
At 5 cents.
At 62.99 and 103.
So we did some work regarding that to at least balance it, but then if it's at 0, and it's at 2.5, and it's at 5, you can see the difference of that. Is that a hard task to do that? Even at.
Oh, I see. You want to see the negative number.
Right.
Okay. Well, right. In other words, I mean,
Because we have a
how
lot of
much
people
we're
that want,
borrowing.
we have a lot of residents that want
You're
a
right.
tax increase.
No, you're right.
So
No, I understand what you're saying. So you want to be able to see at 0 cent increase, it's negative $495,000.
I understand it, but the residents.
I got you.
Want to see.
No,
it.
I see, I mean, I can also see the transparent value of that. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
A few things about that. Like you just said, we have a first reader next week, and we cannot do a first reader for multiple versions of the budget. So I think we will need to decide tonight what that first reader is. It can change, but I think it's less transparent to not say, this is the most likely scenario. Take a look, and we can provide those numbers to the public.
That's all I'm saying.
Right, we can provide those numbers to the public, but I think it's unfair to all the people who came here tonight to not go on record to say, this is what we think the tax rate should be. It's not like we cut enough tonight. It's not like we cut enough tonight that would make up an entire percentage of the tax increase. We did not cut $94,000.
Well, and I think to your point, Vice Mayor, we seem pretty okay and pretty confident in the expenditure. I mean, I think, I'm not trying to push any of you. I'm not trying to twist any arms, but it sounds like, well, maybe I'm misreading it. Are any of you dramatically uncomfortable with the $11,591,000 in expenditures? Councilmember Frye.
I mean, I think we could look a little bit deeper into things of, again, wants versus needs, to see where we could cut a little bit more. I don't know that it'll go above the 94,000, but it'll inch us away a little bit closer. But again, difficult conversations, so I don't know if anybody is willing to do that.
I mean, okay, when you say that, what I hear is a budget meeting Monday. because I don't know how else we would know what expenditures, which, let's be honest, the taxes are very important to people. The revenue is much more the expenditures are much more complicated. So without having another meeting, I don't know how we would know what to publish on Tuesday for Thursday, unless we're saying that we're going to use the first reader and the second reader to go over the expenditures again, which, we could. In reality, we have 5 weeks until we're adopting it. You guys tell me how you want to spend the time. Mr. Galloway.
All right, if I will. Thank you so much. Your town administrator, your public works director, and your chief of police have went through the budget and have made a lot of drastic cuts. Now, if we continue to cut, we can talk about cutting staff. We can talk about furloughing staff, or we can talk about laying staff off. I think that where we are right now is what we can, the professional recommendation that we can make to you all, we've made it. We've made it. And unfortunately, it's come with a full-time 24/7 police department that no one knew what the total cost would be until it became 24/7. That's been a demand of the mayor and council of me ever since I've gotten here. And then as soon as Chief Morris got here, that was an immediate demand. So I just want to let you know, we can continue to talk about cutting here, cutting there. At some point, we're going to jeopardize the organization, and I do not want to do that. Over.
I think we're back to Mr. Wade and then Councilmember Fry.
I just want to be clear from my perspective is there's been a resounding from our fellow residents that we have made a lot of progress here. I want to present that to my Ward 1 residents and get their input before I make any decision about any type of tax. Increase, decrease, stay the same, well, increase or stay the same. So the time is needed for our residents to be informed about this prior to me making a decision regarding, any type of tax increase or staying the same. I owe that to my neighbors to do that.
Go ahead.
So I'm not looking to sacrifice personnel in any way. I'm saying we look at other things, like our training and conference budget, like the fireworks, lowering some of our grants, not getting rid of, but like for the town grounds, I think they're not even at 10,000 yet. I don't know what they're with the actuals, but it's at 15. Can we lower that with the youth instead of 13? Can it be 10K? The TNR program and the tree services, it's at 200. Does it have to be at 200? Can it be at 150 this year? That's 50,000 right there. Like, those are the types of things I'm looking at. I'm not talking about personnel. I'm not talking about sacrificing any of that, and I'm talking about it for this year. So I think it would be a little, like, as much as I'd love to be like, yeah, we're doing the 5 cents and we're not going to be moving up after that, we're looking at potentially annexing. How are we going to annex and be able to guarantee we're not going to be bringing up tax rates when we're going to have to increase staff if we do annex, right? But then at the same time, through annexation, we should be bringing in more commercial revenue at some point, right? So, but there's going to be some growing pains with that. So I don't think we can say 5 cents this year and that there's nothing next year. And I don't know that we can say 0 cents this year and there's nothing next year. I think that, so we got to really look at those wants versus the needs, right? I want to go to a conference. Do I need to go to the conference? I want fireworks. And maybe we bring that down and we ask Cheverly Day and the whole community, hey, we still want fireworks. Let's all work to either, I don't know, GoFundMe, find sponsors, whatever it is to, complement that budget. So it's not coming just from the town. I would suggest a project charge for Cheverly Day, but I don't think we would get one. So those kind of things. It's not about the staff. I'm saying, let's look at the wants and the needs.
I want compost. I'm not getting it. Or I am because I'm going to pay for it, right? So where else can we cut that? And that's what I'm asking. You guys have already taken what you can without sacrificing those things that you guys know we want. But I'm saying for us as the community and council members, what is it that we need versus what is it that we want, and where can we cut there? So I think that deserves a conversation. I don't know that anybody else is on board with it, though. So if they're not, we vote the way we vote tonight and we move forward. But if you are and you want to have that conversation, then let's have that conversation.
So can I ask you a question, Councilmember Fry? If you were able to get the spending down, I'm just going to make up a number here. Let's say $100,000, because I heard something on the order of like that. So if you were able to get the spending down to like 11,500,000, what would you do with the 91,000 you just saved? Would you only raise taxes 4 cents, or you would put that in the rainy day fund, the 91,000? Because if we're balanced, then we're allowed to run a surplus.
I would definitely not want to do, I'm not looking for the 5 cent at all.
Okay.
I'd like to bring it down lower than that.
Yeah, so saving the 91 would allow you to bring it down one.
But I think it's important that we let the community know that we hear them, especially when they come here to say they've got to tighten their belts.
Yeah.
How are we doing it too? And we're also asking them to bring more money into it. So it's some level of, I don't want to say compromise, but just having that hard conversation and just being, very honest about what we absolutely have to have and what we absolutely can just let go of, at least for a year.
Right.
And to see where we are.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
I just want to make sure, I feel like I say this every year, but the budget season started in January, and I feel like we have all of these meetings where we go over the budget, and then we get to this point where we say, okay, it's time to go on record about these taxes, and then everyone's like, oh, no, I'm not done with the budget yet. This is what all those meetings were for when we went over this, was to say, do we really need that? And I find it frustrating to get to this point where we have to have a first reader in 1 week, and we still can't say, this is what at least the first draft should look like, and go on record and say, yes, this is what we did. I think we did great work tonight. We did not do a whole cent of taxes work, right? So I don't know how much things are measurably going to change. I think there's a scenario where we vote tonight to do 0.5 cent off, do 4.5 cent increase, and then see if we can get it down even lower next week. But I think there is a hesitance to say, this is what our town needs, even if it's an unpopular opinion. And I just want to make sure that we all know that sometimes we have to make unpopular decisions and to just do it.
And I would add, I think during the reader process, we can adjust the tax rate and we can adjust spending. It's just that you're delving into a multi-hour conversation. We can do that. There's nothing that says we can't do that on May 14th or May 28th. Shouldn't do that on June 11th, probably. Councilmember Wade.
I will ask the Vice Mayor, who's hesitant about making decisions? This is a part of the process. The residents came out today in droves. This normally doesn't happen, just like another situation happened, and we voted on that. So when our residents speak, we adjust, and we listen to our residents in some regards. So I'm not hesitant. I'm not sure who else is hesitant here, but I'm listening to my residents who are very much concerned about their day-to-day operations. And we got to put our big boy pants on or girl pants on. We got to meet again and get it done. We do that. But clearly there's an issue with the level of transparency. We heard that issue last mayor council. We're hearing it again. Is it true or not? I don't totally think it's not. true, but clearly that's a concern. And we're dealing with challenging times. So I think we need to make sure that we think it through all the way. So I just want to know who's hesitant about making tough decisions. I've never been hesitant about anything, so I'm not sure who else is here that's hesitant about it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands, I think I see two choices. Either we give the town administrator direction now informally as to what he's publishing, or we have another meeting as late as Monday and give him direction at that time. I think Monday's the drop dead date, again, for the first reader. And we can have any conversation as detailed or not detailed during that agenda item next Thursday as we want. But we have to, again, to the transparency point, we have to publish something. And on the top of page 2 will be the tax rates. And then below that will be $11.5 million of spending. It doesn't have to stay at 11,591, but it has to start, we have to start somewhere. We have to start with something. I'm fine having another meeting. David, go ahead.
I was going to say that I personally think that publishing what we came up with tonight and the different amounts of revenue at different tax rates, and ideally with some of the fee structure figured out or at least estimated, is useful. And I personally don't think we have to have another meeting, because those numbers will allow us to say, hey, is this in the scope or scale of something that we might be able to solve? So even if we say we're going to vote for a modest budget deficit, we can say, but it was $50,000. We can find $50,000 by saying the tree budget is going to be $50,000 less.
Sure.
Or something like that. But at least then the scale is there, right? If it's $300,000, we're not finding $300,000 in miscellany
Right.
savings, right? So, and I think then we don't have to have another meeting that I'm not sure would we really be nitpicking at that point. I think having a sense of scale is enough for us to make an informed decision.
I'm kind of on Team Tansy, but go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So to clarify, my understanding was the purpose of the meeting was more to vote on what the tax rate will be on the published budget, because we need to publish a budget in order to have a first reader, and that budget needs to have a tax rate. So my understanding was this meeting is so that we can do that if there is not an appetite to do that tonight. I think there's a scenario tonight where we can do a half cent or a half cent, I think is what is like the most sort of safe, and then adjust from there. But we do, like, in order to have a first reader, we need a budget, and it is transparent to allow our residents to see that budget farther in advance than 2 days.
Well, I don't think, yes. I don't think it's realistic that it will be published more than 2 days ahead of time, maybe 3. I think 3 is probably the outer limit of the publication. Yes, the budget will need to have numbers in it. And those numbers will be what's read the first time, and the conversation can go however it goes. But, yeah, I agree. I mean, there have to be numbers, and there have to be spending, and there have to be tax numbers. There have to be all the revenue numbers. So what do, I love the idea of the different tax rates, because I think it's really clear, and it spells it out. But I think I don't know how to publish that as a first reader, though, because it wouldn't, do you know what I mean? Maybe it's a separate document, and it's earlier? I don't know. Why don't you come back in, and then maybe we'll turn to the public to help.
Correct me if I'm wrong, we can do the 3 different levels and still have a first reader on a set number.
Sure. I mean, yes, you mean, yes, we could publish a document that has that looks like this, but has the three
Different layers.
different layers. And
Tiers.
then we will need to introduce one of those layers on Thursday.
Right, so I'm not looking at 5 cents, but say if since we're doing 0, 2.5, 2.5 and 5, do it either at 2.5 or 3, as that we can still go up or go down, correct?
We can go down.
We can't, okay, so.
We can't go
down.
above 6299 and 103.
Okay, so whatever the consensus is, we can do it at that number. And then we still can have it published at 0, 2.5, and at 5. And then we can have a vote on it at we have to have a vote on it, correct?
Well, we could, I mean, we will be voting on it on June 11th.
Right.
Voting on it June 11th.
Right.
We will need to introduce some version A, version B, or version C next Thursday. I think the 5 cents, 5 and 103 is a good idea because that's the one doesn't have any red on it, right? That's the one that's balanced. And then maybe 4 and 3 like that. Why don't we take and do a speed round of public input, given the late hour? Shall we do 2 minutes? Anyone?
Mayor, can you extend the time of the meeting, please?
Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
Motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes.
Second.
Okay. The motion's been made to extend the meeting till 10:40 and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Go ahead. Your name and ward, and you have 2 minutes.
Leila Riazi, Ward 1. I'll try to stay within 2 minutes. One, I call for you not to take a vote tonight. It is not appropriate. You need to schedule to take a vote on the tax rate in another meeting. The other thing is, the numbers aren't complete. I think that you need a summary in this meeting of what you're asking the town administrator to explore as far as revenue. Specify it, make it clear, so the town administrator can come back with those numbers. Because you're not just talking about expenses, you're talking about the adjustments to the revenue. Then the idea of doing 4 cents, I'm going to tell you, just from my perspective, is absolutely ridiculous. So the other situation that you need to be looking at is, how are you going to spread out the cost? How much are you going to ask residents for? How much are you going to dip into the fund balance for? And how much are you going to ask for the belts to be tightened? So that's what you need to present. And that's what the town administrator needs to have an opportunity to get together, to say, this is how much we're proposing, increasing these fees, increasing these things so that we can bring more onto that expense. If you're bringing it in at half a cent, people are just going to be infuriated and feel that they haven't been heard. So please take that time. If that means it's a Monday meeting, those who can attend will, those who can't will view the meeting, and see there. But don't go and make a decision tonight when you haven't seen the revenue and you haven't had any conversation about the extent that you're willing to dip into the fund balance, which to me would be, less than half of what was projected, the 470. So make all that up, all those decisions, discuss it openly, hear the public again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. White, were you saying someone's online? Oh, okay. I can't see that. Who is it? Ms. Clay. Oh, okay, Ms. Clay, are you able to speak? Your name and ward, and you have 2 minutes.
Anna Clay, Ward 6. I just second what the previous mayor said. I don't think the vote should be tonight about the tax increase. I think that there needs to be more time in consideration of what the residents have said. And again, what the residents how the cost is going to be split, so that everything doesn't feel like it's just on us. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Joyce Jones, Ward 6. what the previous two residents said. I wholeheartedly agree. To me, it's clear you're not ready to take a vote. You don't have numbers. I think it's disingenuous to put something before folks, and you don't have the numbers yet. You have not seen the adjusted numbers on paper. I think that is disingenuous, and I think that is not taking heed to all the folk who were here when this started, and for the 7 of us who are here 4 hours later. To not hear all of that, to me, is disingenuous. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? No? Okay, anyone else? Okay. So council, I think we're almost done. So I think what I hear is a very clear desire to have a public-facing document that has the 11 million, starting with the easy part, has the 11,591,000 in expenditures. I hope I added right. And then presents the tax rate at $1.03. That's the easy one, I think. We're all in agreement at $1.03. And then presents a 5-cent increase, a 4-cent increase, a 3-cent increase, a 2-cent increase. And what those red numbers start to look like. At 5 cents, I think it's 0, pretty much, and then cascading down like that. And then the resulting impact on the $4.767 million fund balance. Do we want to meet again, or simply bring that document next Thursday and introduce the document with one of those tax rates? You have an answer to my question?
I do.
Okay. Just
Going-
straight out. Go
Going
ahead.
the other way, what if we just present this document that you're suggesting on Thursday? And what if we don't do the first reader on Thursday and just extend the timeline the other way? And have the first reader down the line the other way, that we don't have to meet on Monday, so that we present this document that we're discussing Thursday to give everyone a week to digest it, and then push the first reader down another week or another 2 weeks, to, to give everyone time to digest these numbers and go from there. We have 5 weeks to adopt the
Right.
budget.
No, I mean, we can certainly, we have an extra week to work with in there. I don't like to do 3 readers, 3 Thursdays in a row, but we can certainly introduce one off week in there. And, we've fudged the calendar a little bit, but it's doable. I mean, sure. Okay, anybody dislike this idea? Actively? Okay, I don't know where that leaves us. What? I don't know, that doesn't leave us diving any further into the $11,591,000 in expenditures. We can do that on Thursday. We could presumably do that on the first reader, which now sounds like it's maybe on the 21st. I think Councilmember Fry had some interest in digging in there to look for 100,000 or so. We can certainly do that, but if you don't want to do it, we're not going to do it. So you tell me what you want to do, and don't take too long to tell me. Mr. Galloway.
I love that idea, Councilmember LeGloric, and in fact, I will make this recommendation again to everyone that hasn't taken me up on this offer. Please meet with the chief and the director of public works, myself, so that we can go over these numbers with you. This is important. This is our 4th budget meeting. We want to make sure that we get this right. A lot of the decisions that we're making, like the tree stuff, we're trying to put our hats on as if we were you all. So it would be helpful if we can get some direct input from you all and produce those numbers.
Okay, do you have any questions? I know we're doing the updated actuals. Do you have any question for us about what we want in the packet Tuesday for Thursday?
Or we're pushing it back to the 21st.
We're publishing in the packet for the 14th. 14th, we're going to have a budget discussion, okay?
The 14th, we're still going to have a budget discussion.
Yes. And,
Okay, that's fine.
yes, and on Tuesday, which is just 5 days from now, you're publishing in the packet this amazing document that we came up with that has the expenses at 11,519. I'm going to keep using that number. And then it has the budget balanced at 5 cents, negative 94 at 4 cents, red, 3, 2, probably don't need to go lower than 2. And that's going to be in the packet.
Yeah, I provided that before, and the initial discussion that we had with you all as it relates to revenue, if you can remember, we went through the current tax rate, what constant yield was, and what each penny equated to up into 6 cents. Yeah, we can most certainly provide that. We already got it.
Right. Okay, is everyone happy and comfortable with that being published on Tuesday?
Is there any chance we can get a fee structure estimate by then?
No.
No, I appreciate that, because we'll talk about that on Thursday, but that's a great to-do item for the 21st. Is, okay, well, we're going to do a little bit better on the revenue. We're going to try to do a little bit better on the revenue side for the first reader with these small bore tweaks to the fee structure, and I think there was one other, maybe the infractions. But, yeah, no, thank you, David. Maybe the hotel tax. Right, but we don't have to do that for Thursday, for Tuesday, when you're 5 days from now. Everyone good with this?
I'll tell you what, we're going to try, okay? We're going to try, but I want to set the expectations for that to be produced on the 21st.
The fee schedule? Yes. Okay. But we're all good what we're publishing next week? Okay.
Diane, are you clear?
And you are all invited to bring your expenditure cutting ideas with you next Thursday.
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? It was made by Councilmember LeGloahec, and I believe seconded by Vice Mayor Briner? Oh, Councilmember Fry. Seconded by Councilmember Fry. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes 6-0. We'll see you in a week.
Bye, everybody.
Seamless.